the problem with the swing? What was the problem?
It was producing a dark yellow image.
Why?
I don't know.
But it's fixed.
It's fixed now. challenge here between, yeah, anyway, I'm not getting into this project. Positioning personal work and background as an act of self-reflection in order to transform, the work over the course of the spring semester, and then again developing in the fall a project thesis statement. For that purpose, the students were given a series of project briefs that allowed them, that they were allowed to choose from, that allowed them to, work with a somewhat pre-established framework of conditions and test their thesis against that. And then again in the spring semester, we follow this with the development of the design proposal, a presentation that you see today, and a thesis document. So here are just a few examples of what we did in the fall semester, developing analytical diagrams and mappings that take apart the work that is researched and put that back into the broader context of the discipline and history. Looking at your own work, the student's own work as a project, and again taking that apart and putting that back together in front of the broader historical and societal context. And then thirdly, the dissemination of 5 actually project briefs. Today you will see a couple of these addressed. Students were more or less deliberate with running, with the more exact framework or taking that into their own direction. We offer them the premise of a storm shelter that, asks to develop responses for coastal environments affected by the climate crisis. There is a competition for a cave and the threshold surrounding the cave in San Antonio, Texas, that was offered. The ACSA competition, which this year deals with timber in the city for a site in Atlanta, Georgia, and the re-envisioning of the port of Beirut in Lebanon after the explosion in 2020. There was also a brief that allowed the students to choose their own trajectory and project, with some of them ran with and explored further. And then lastly, the students were asked to translate and anticipate the workload and their kind of work trajectory into a form of timeline that allowed them to structure the spring semester. I'm always curious how close we stay to these thesis roadmaps and timelines that we developed in the very beginning, but it is helpful to think about the proposal this way and think about how you can organize it. Okay, so now, with that, are there any questions?
So, yeah, I have a question. The pre-produced skeletal briefs, some are site-specific, some are programs and sites. Do they all suggest a program and a site, and where do they come from?
Yes. So they were curated and selected out of a range of different, options. What we're trying to look for is actually competitions with an actual design, which allows for the students to think about thesis and, negotiate, like the thesis proposal and field submission at the same time. So which sometimes is challenging because there's different demands. The realities of an architect of a competition solution.
And the schedule and all of that.
Yes.
Yeah, we have 5 competition submissions in this video. We have the Atlanta, the 3 caves, and Sydney.
Sydney, which was already submitted. Yeah. And of course, we're able to produce different, options in terms of
But also sometimes the competitions were used just as a springboard, and they developed, like Beirut, it was a competition, but another kind of project developed that was not directly connected to the competition.
Other questions?
Great. So with that, we have 5 projects today. And we're going to start with Jonathan and Nick. Yes.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. So I'm Jonathan and I'm Nicholas George. And today we are presenting our thesis entitled Anticipate and Adapt, Integrating Disaster Preparedness into Civic Architectures. Since 1850, nearly 200 tropical cyclones have affected the state of Louisiana. Collectively, these storms have resulted in immeasurable damages, built environment, and to the psyche of those affected. The city of Lake Charles, located in Calcasieu Parish in southwest Louisiana, experienced an onslaught of natural disasters in recent history. Beginning notably with Hurricane Rita, which made landfall south of the city in 2005, the strongest hurricane ever recorded in the Gulf of Mexico. In 2020, the city endured a direct impact by Hurricane. Again, the strongest storm to strike southwest Louisiana since fires began in the 1850s. These frequent hurricanes in the Gulf South revealed the need to question the process of evacuation, examine the causes of climate migration, and explore opportunities to strengthen the need. These issues were noted by Professor Campanella in his article published on Hurricane Ida, which formed the basis of the storm shelter thesis.
Addressing the dilemma of evacuation, Campanella writes, evacuation becomes a lifestyle requirement. The annual threat of total life interruption will scare away many current and would-be residents. Research has shown the importance of maintaining routines and facilitating positive adjustment and increasing positive, healthy adaptation in the face of disasters. Historically, ad hoc local sheltering enabled a speedy return to normalcy without the costly car-based evacuation. Campanella suggests that the interruption attached to evacuation is a weighty variable in long-term metropolitan viability. As a result of Hurricane Laura, Lake Charles experienced more outmigration than any other metro area between 2019 and 2020. Climate migration is interconnected with economic disparities as well. Lake Charles is a low-income city with nearly 23% of its population living below the federal poverty level compared to the national poverty rate of 11%. People in low-income coastal communities like Lake Charles will increasingly question where to stake their future in a period of more intense storms. For some, the process of evacuation and rebuilding may no longer be feasible. Current processes of evacuation disperse community members for significant lapses of time, preventing their immediate collaboration and recovery. Cognizant of the current recovery processes, we further investigated the effects of Hurricane Laura. Prior to the storm, 1.5 million people were ordered to evacuate. Shortly after the storm made landfall south of Lake Charles.
Hurricane Laura damaged nearly half of all buildings in the city. Satellite data captured these implications, evident by the deployment of blue roof tarps. Power infrastructure was rendered almost entirely inoperable. Major electrical transmission lines which supply power to the southwest region of Louisiana were all damaged. Substations and distribution lines faced similar damages. The system-wide devastation resulted in power losses, of which the reconstructed lasted for weeks and months. Both freshwater and wastewater treatment plants were damaged across the city as well. One of the city's main water plants was completely destroyed. At least 2 weeks after Hurricane Laura made landfall, many residents were still asked to conserve and boil water before use. Typically, disaster responses are initiated by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. Beginning primarily with the first test of the agency, Hurricanes Rita and Katrina, FEMA utilized temporary mobile housing units to provide interim housing to those who were unable to reside in their homes after a disaster event. In 2005, following those hurricanes, FEMA deployed approximately 180,000 trailers. It is estimated that the agency spent roughly $2.7 billion to acquire these. However, they only purchased 6,000 trailers for recent storms Laura and Ida. These trailers are staged in Alabama and Maryland for deployment. They require special permitting and delivery, and they're only available to disaster victims for 18 months after a storm. Collectively, this current cycle of disaster response results in a number of inequalities.
Our thesis statement acknowledges the flaws of current disaster recovery methods and aims to provide a decentralized and flexible architectural solution which reconciles varying timelines, that of the immediate, the temporary, and the long term, while conscientiously remediating inequities and disparities within the hurricane-prone region of Southwest Louisiana. Our proposal accommodates the concept of a more equitable and sustainable process of recovery through preemptively integrating disaster preparedness into existing communities and architectures. The thesis focuses on the creation of a decentralized and flexible solution and the accommodation of varying recovery timelines through the hybridization of a shelter within existing socio-urban patterns.
We chose to explore the concept of thesis in the RLS. Because of the role that the Civic Center assumed during previous storm events as an ad hoc emergency operations center, and the role that it typically occupies as an anchor for social and civic functions, the building provided an appropriate opportunity for exploration. It currently functions as an arena and theater with supplemental exhibition spaces and is proximal to the downtown corridor and future sites of social engagement. Analyzing the area's climatic risks revealed the peak for severe weather during summer months, hurricane season, with a perpetual threat for storms throughout the year. In contrast, the Civic Center's typical programming of sports, plays, and cultural events wanes during that time, meaning that when hurricane season peaks, the programming at the Civic Center decreases so that it can accommodate these ad hoc functions. Here we see the Civic Center highlighted in blue, the site upon which it sits in the surrounding context of downtown Lake Charles. Existing corridors of access still onto the site and surrounding urban areas with an activated public waterfront on Lake Havasu. The Civic Center's point of entry and main spaces are highlighted here along with the exterior elevated walkway at the building's second level. The existing structural grid, evident through the building's facade, is shown to organize future development and to highlight the architectural connections to key contextual nodes across the site.
Contrary to current systems of disaster relief, response efforts should be accessible to the affected community. There should be a focus on the development of empowering collaborations with community groups and organizations with the goal of increasing community capacity to manage the demands associated with disaster. This connection is achieved by locating several shelters throughout the city at key civic anchors like schools and libraries. These nodes become an interconnected network of disaster preparation and response sites anchored within distinct neighborhoods. The Civic Network allows for the sharing of resources between community nodes. Regarding the chosen site, civic functions are extended from the building, expanding its presence and capacity. These utilize the rhythm of the existing structural grid and extend out from its corners. An elevated circulation ribbon connects these extensions to one another and back to the existing elevated walkway around the Civic Center. The extensions are programmed as a school, healthcare facility, senior, and recreation center. In some places, they merge with the existing structure to take advantage of underutilized space within the existing structure. Across the site, these extensions further activate the public realm by expanding the building's functions outward. The extensions work together to provide continuity of civic function for community members from times of disaster preparedness through the end of recovery.
Rather than rely on infrastructure susceptible to damage, self-sufficient localized infrastructure is necessary to provide vital resources to a community after a disaster event. To size these micro-infrastructures, we utilize the city's hazard mitigation plan to estimate the number of individuals within a 2-mile radius at risk of damage for a 100-year storm. We consider the necessity for water, power, food, and emergency health care for this neighborhood. Importantly, these systems must maintain redundancies and storage surpluses to provide for even the worst of cases. Across the site, we deployed several strategies to ensure the continuity of the system capacity. We deployed vertical axis wind turbines to take advantage of the site's wind conditions along the waterfront. We also utilized solar panels and water storage tanks on the roof of the Civic Center. At the ends of each civic extension, we utilized water treatment through localized reverse osmosis systems, power storage and backup generators, and non-perishable food storage systems. Additionally, adequate surface parking is maintained for visitor capacity and for disaster response vehicles and operations. To
allow for the transition of a community throughout time, the thesis considers the ways in which modularity mobility, and flexibility can create variability in inhabitation and occupation. In opposition to the single-family, single-use tactics of the FEMA trailer, we propose a system by which people can seek temporary housing as a permanent fixture of these hybridized socio-civic nodes. We considered how varying storm severity could affect the duration that people might require temporary housing. The thesis proposes that panelized construction and modular furniture work together to provide flexible architectural systems capable of adapting uses over time. Since we understand this system as applicable to other socio-civic sheltering sites, we utilized the system of CLT panels to aid in the speed at which these new hybrid buildings can be constructed. Together, these panels allowed us to configure 3 possible sheltering spaces capable of accommodating different family sizes. We explored the ways that furniture modules within these spaces can move to create new types of spaces and uses. The system allows for a domestic space to become a working space as the needs of the community shift over time. The facades of the unit act to protect in the case of high winds. Large metal shutters are able to open or close the exterior walkway. At the site scale, these sheltering spaces are deployed around the existing building. They encircle the building in a way that provides a variation in spatial experiences. On the outward facing facade, the ribbon is wrapped with metal screen to unify the structure and to provide protection against wind-blown debris. The sheltering spaces rise and fall to reveal and conceal the spaces within. Community members approach the site presented with a hybridized civic shelter. As they make their way along the site's axes, the civic extensions are revealed from behind the unified facade. They are presented with the opportunity to occupy the ground plane or rise to the elevated ribbon. The area in between begins to reveal the interaction amongst the hybridized civic, social, and sheltering spaces. These spaces are framed by the civic center on one side, the ribbon on the other, and are connected by the civic extension. This creates various opportunities for social interaction.
Events like Mardi Gras galas can take place within the Civic Center and are able to spill out into these newly created communal spaces. During disasters, the Civic Center accommodates large-scale emergency response staging. Localized infrastructure provides vital resources for community members sheltering within the event. As the recovery process begins, community members can remain within the shelter if needed and can take advantage of the Civic Center's extensions to maintain continuity of life. As this new disaster cycle continues, various timelines of occupation begin to overlap as needed based on storm frequency and severity.
At the human scale, flexibility of timelines is achieved through the shifting of modular components within the sheltering spaces. To conclude, frequent hurricanes in the Gulf South reveal the need to question the process of evacuation, examine the causes of climate migration, and explore opportunities to strengthen community. If evacuation becomes a lifestyle requirement, the annual threat of total life interruption will scare away many current and would-be residents.
Our thesis acknowledges the flaws of the current disaster recovery methods. It aims to provide a decentralized and flexible architectural solution which reconciles varying timelines by preemptively integrating disaster preparedness into existing communities and architectures. This is accomplished by addressing issues through a network of civic nodes, by reinforcing a community's access to civic programming, localizing self-sustaining infrastructures, and providing adaptable inhabitation opportunities for disaster preparedness and recovery. Thank you. On the front of the table, if you'd like to take a closer look. The center panel is removable. There's a little tab, or a little plastic. Yeah.
I might have missed it, but I'm curious, can you diagnose the current health of the institution of the Civic Center in general? I mean, is it, when was it built, why was it built? I'm sure to bring money to the town. Does it do that?
Yeah,
Is it, highly occupied in its current form?
yes. It was built in 1972. It was actually quite a big infrastructural project at the time. The land that it's on was reconstructed from the soil in the lake. And it still maintains.
Built on film.
Yes, thank you. It still maintains quite a significant amount of use. That was one thing that we noticed with the programming, and I think even through the pandemic, I mean, it's still maintained outdoor functions as well.
So people come and have conferences there
Yes.
from outside of Lake Charles, presumably.
Sometimes it's mostly
Local.
We actually visited. They were there for minor OSUs.
So, but it's generally a positive moneymaker kind of economic
Yes.
thing driver. Okay.
And there's a number of developments planned along the waterfront as well, which we believe will supplement and further anchor this as a social node within the community.
Can you go back to the slide? You had earlier on a kind of infrastructural slide you showed, introduced water retention or something.
Yes.
Oh. It was the one that was in Lamb, it's that, but in, okay, yeah. So explain that again, the water, and roughly your coating of blue and yellow, could you just, is that a consistent, like when I look at this, the blue bars are what and the yellow bars are what?
Yeah, no, that was it.
Okay. So that's not really, it's not a code.
So we chose to utilize smaller, like commercial scale micro infrastructures rather than even on the site relying on a single, one water treatment plant. In hopes that if one would fail, there are multiple redundancies in place. I think most of us are familiar with what happened, at the Superdome during Rita, and the lack of access to those necessary infrastructures was a detriment to obviously to operation. So
my final question, there might be, is the site, other than building on part of the site around the building, like the parking lot, obviously also have flux and waning of being full and being empty. Is that considered as part of your systems?
yes.
That it would have a double function during warm times?
Yeah, I mean, within, I think we can see even this plan, there are areas designated outside of the civic extensions where those functions can still out. They are somewhat programmed and somewhat not, I think, as an opportunity for those spaces to be inhabited how they will. I mean, even when we visited the site, we noticed that people occupy random swaths of the open grass and
But the parking itself is still outside of you're not doing anything.
We're not, we do not particularly plan a program for parking.
I mean, I guess I'll jump in on the basis of that question. Were you about to ask a question?
Always.
We're curious on this end. I think it's a really interesting project. And I mean, I've seen a lot of projects that relate to, the reason I asked my initial questions was there's been a lot of research, what do you do with the defunct mall or the defunct strip shopping center? And certainly there are defunct failed civic centers too. And so a question I had was, well, is it worth trying to build this hybrid or just take it over, as sort of prime real estate, beautiful real estate for, kind of flipping it on its head, right? Instead of the visitors getting a beautiful view, you kind of give it to the people who are into disaster relief. But it sounds like it's a going concern. And so it's worth exploring the hybrid function. And in that sense, I think you picked a good host, as it were, to kind of glom onto and to invade. And it's just interesting, I think, the way they went about it. I'm sure that there were aesthetic decisions involved too in the cloaking. Maybe you feel less than beautifully attractive civic center. I think you could have actually foregrounded some of those intentions because I tend to agree with you. it's a relic of its time, let's say. So I think, you know, in general, from what I understand from the presentation, pretty quick presentation, obviously a ton of work that goes somewhat unseen. It's pretty persuasive. I, as a kind of a architect, wannabe landscape architect, think that maybe the entire site, including the park, because huge parking swaths are always just a red flag for like, man, they had a different kind of surface, just that. Maybe a few trees here and there. You know, they could do some heavy lifting in terms of water retention, at least slowing down, right, the flooding and the accumulation of water where you don't want it, especially when they're empty so much of the time. So I think that might have been a missed opportunity. Maybe change the color to green or something. I think that I was trying to send you a soft pitch. I think there's a lot of acreage here that could be put to.
Can you go back to the plane?
But I guess my comment in large terms is I'm very I'm appreciative of your research. I'm very sympathetic with your approach in many respects. I think as always, there's a bit of a missed opportunity in the outer ring there.
34 years is a lot to decide. We learned that.
It's true, but you need to get less and less sort of specific, as you found, even with the grassy areas, you get kind of less specific. Let people make of it what they will, and don't have the architecture lead, and then the outer rung really could have almost been a moat, in a way.
But you can imagine that, this happens over time.
Yeah.
So it's not
It would
something
happen.
that will happen
I'm sure.
for the future
Yeah.
development.
Yeah, I likewise. It's a really exciting and provocative proposal and wonderfully rendered, which doesn't surprise me at all. I've seen both of your work before. The images are really convincing, and I'm especially struck by the breadth of your research and your work. I can just imagine you have far more knowledge than you're able to condense into the TED Talk or whatever at the beginning, right? It's actually in a way a hard project for me to, or perhaps all of us to jump into, because it's urban planning, it's disaster remediation, it's modular, it's
Housing.
it's housing, it's energy and environmental. Like I think there are a few I missed in there. It's also kind of larger. Socio-civic, environmental, dash, right? As you prepared, I'm curious how, as you prepare and package all of this research, kind of where would you want the discussion to go? Or like kind of how do you imagine, of course it's always open-ended, and it's not like it has to touch on one of those points, but kind of where's the kind of points of friction that you're most excited or concerned about?
Well, a specific connection that we've interacted with a lot over the course of our research was my aunt, who actually works for FEMA as a geospatial data analytics manager. So we've, through some of her connections with them, we've learned a lot and kind of bounced ideas back and forth with people within FEMA. So I think that's definitely a trajectory where this could go.
We've also even had conversations with local lawmakers and city council people within the city. I think for us it's important to get both sides of the conversation. Obviously this is a large piece of infrastructure, and the question of funding has come up, and it's a difficult question to answer. So I think it requires a mix of people, like you mentioned, a mix of expertises, right? This is not something that simply two people can design. It's a team of people over many years.
Right. But I think the question is more, if I'm not misunderstanding it, in regards to, that's a general question for thesis projects, right? What were the limitations, right? And, like the monetary funding concerns might be one thing, but what are the limitations that you ultimately run into, right? What did you try that didn't work or that couldn't work, right? Or is everything possible, right? like, so, and I guess that's the friction that's, you know, like, that should be embedded, right? And that should be part of the project in a way in terms of legibility.
Yeah, I think we attempted to address things at three scales, I mean, the sort of urban scale, site scale, and the human scale. And then within those, we embedded ideas of infrastructure, right? How do we address those at the three different scales? How do we address community at the three different scales? Addressing community, yeah. So.
Now that you are talking about community, I had a question before. Well, congratulations for the presentation, and I think the layout of drawings and the way you explained it was super clear, so that's really great. But I was curious whenever you were presenting the site and the place about numbers of, I don't have an idea of how big is the city or how big is the community, how you have decided the amount of modules, the amount of the distance that you give between the existing building and your new ring to have that extra open spaces. How do you have measured those elements?
Right. So in total, the city had a population of about 77,000 people before Hurricane Laura. It's lost about 6% of that for record, but there were calculations done by the city after Hurricane Laura to determine how many people might get affected in census tracts, right, based on the severity of the storm. So we particularly had a 2-mile radius from our site, an average of 1 2 mile radius, and we sized a number of models that we might need as well as the infrastructure on those numbers. We have planned 350 units. We tried to shy away from that term. These spaces, these are flexible spaces ultimately, and our goal is to provide an opportunity, but not necessarily to dictate how things are occupied. But I think you could imagine up to 1,000 people possibly, which is why we needed to supplement this with infrastructure and supplementary civic functions.
So you're thinking that it's something accessible without a vehicle for a good amount of people?
Which is something in case after a storm, you can't drive anywhere. But ideally, people would go here before, in case that something is imminent.
Nick and Jonathan, I'd like to congratulate you, also commend you for your presentation. I've seen this in the midterm, so I'm happy to see the development from that point on it. And I think it was clear also, it was clear this time also because then I think the narrative was also set really well. I also particularly appreciated the idea that you were proposing a network of nodes that which you didn't have, I think, the last time. So I thought that made sense now. And I think it also then, I think, reinforces the idea that it would work as a system, right? One thing that I'm also curious is because I'm trying to recall like what you had presented in the midterms, and maybe that's a good thing and a bad thing, right? But looking now at the ribbon, which was now the big change from your midterms, I'm curious, like, I didn't see like how you arrived at that form and why you decided now it's a ribbon versus before, if I remember correctly, it was like wings that was like kind of jutting out, right? Which I think was at the drawing in the right. So can you kind of like just explain again a little bit like how you arrived at this ribbon?
Iterations, but we ultimately after the review we had the option where wings extended out, and then we extended something around the building, and we actually performed our twin calculations in the event of the storm, and it was revealed that really the wrap serves to better protect the building and space.
Or aerodynamic.
Right.
Like they don't make cars boxes.
Yeah, I think additionally, the sizing of the civic extensions in blue kind of also dictated how far out these things went. So I think we sized these as appropriate kind of square footages for the number of people living in a 2 mile radius. So that also dictated how far they would extend from the building.
And then is the density also of the modules, how did you determine where do you make it more dense? Like where do you also then increase the height. Curious also, because you can see is the kind of wavy form an effect of the density of the module, and then is it about the wind shear? Is it about or a combination of things?
Yeah, I think first and foremost it responds to the civic extensions. These sort of are new entrances to the building, right? So they visually were to enhance those. One of the things that we were hoping is that it does taper down at points to reveal that existing icon that people are familiar with within.
One of the most interesting conditions of this would actually be prevalent most of the time. If you said, kind of disparagingly, they only get the trailers for 18 months, presumably you're imagining some people occupying this for at least, if not more than 18 months, which means it would span the hurricane season and be part of the high season for the events that go on here, and the interaction of the hoo-ha people. I don't know. We said they're mainly local, so maybe it wouldn't be as big of a kind of a conflict of different kind of constituencies. But that would be the thing to plan for, right? Because in a way, you have created a little city. And so then you start to take on all of the vexing problems that all cities face, right? Economic disparity, security, all those kinds of questions that, would this in fact be a boon for the temporary to permanent kind of housing of people who are displaced, but really kind of ultimately, does it kill the host? Does it kill ultimately the civic center, which might be okay, because that would give you more room to move, but then it also kills the kind of economic income that might facilitate all of this. So that negotiation between the kind of residential and event community would be really where this thing would, succeed or fail. And, as architects, I think we've made problems for ourselves and everybody else when we've wandered into these areas that really, we don't have that level of expertise. And there are plenty of failed projects, and one could argue modernism failed because it, had such simplistic ideas about urban design and urban planning that didn't take into account a lot of the things that I'm alluding to. So you're right on the edge of that, and I think it's interesting that it is ambiguous to the extent, like, for example, this image sort of suggests there's almost a wall, right, between the housing surround and the event functions, which would be actually probably, that's what the city fathers probably want, and maybe even the people who are paying to come and use the civic center there. But there's also shared space in these outdoor kind of permeable, I don't know what to call them, courtyards, gardens, right, in between the two. So I don't know, I see I know you've been thinking about these things, and I think you've kind of walked a line probably appropriately for the time that you have and the expertise that you have, right, about how to negotiate that. But there is just, I think it needs to be said, there are a wealth and a host of vexing problems anytime you kind of have what is ultimately becoming a kind of little mini community.
We talked about this yesterday, in most projects to a certain extent. What do you, where does this land, right? What are the next steps for this? And I think what Wendy was just saying hints at that as well, because it's a proposal, but it's still, it's the host of a series of potential, questions and challenges, that, just because you're envisioning in certain ways doesn't necessarily mean it happens that way, So I think there's a lot of opportunity. First of all, I think this is a really worthwhile proposal, and I think where you have landed with this is super interesting, and again, answers to some things, but continues some of the questions, right, that are embedded in the overall set of challenges that we face here in regions affected by this. So for you, the question is, right, where do you take this now, right? How do you keep on working? Because these are architectural questions, spatial questions, right? Organizational, communal questions, right? So how do you use this as a starting point or as a platform to really keep on working with it, to find some answers, because we need some answers. Yeah, this was very personal to you and to both of you, but specifically you, Nick. And you know, where do you see this going? Is the question.
FEMA, correctly. I mean, the city, the mayor, or FEMA, or both. I mean, just like selling your project, right?
I will say this, and I think this brings one of the biggest issues that we realized in our conversations with FEMA. We ultimately realized that something like this could never happen in the way that policy is.
Yeah, because they're not allowed to own property.
They're not allowed, yeah, they're simply not allowed to build urban structures. And for me, I think that's one of the biggest issues. And I do have issues sometimes with the statement that the architects can answer to different things. And I think for us, we know a portion of the issues and have ideas. So I wonder, you know, if it's for policy or governmental entity, right, that needs to address this. I mean, we've seen approaches that do this really sort of at an ad hoc community level, and I think those are ultimately after a storm, someone has to be in charge in order to orchestrate these things.
Would you take it to the city and present your project to the city?
I don't see
You should, I mean.
The question is, how do you insert yourself with this? And I mean, this is a conversation starter, right? That's not necessarily a full answer, you know, but it's definitely a conversation starter. So is there should be opportunity to insert yourself. We discussed this yesterday, you know, like to make something out of this, you know, to start a conversation, you know, like start your practice, right? Or, you know, the seeds of it, right? Things like that, you know.
Is it possible for it to be like a private public partnership? So which means that if the government, local government, let's say, is not necessarily willing to pony up the funds, you know, then would like a private corporation somehow support that, and then it could be a partnership with FEMA, because FEMA does not want maybe buy property, whatever. I think you can explore that possibilities in terms of like how do you implement it. I think that's your opportunities, like how do you create it? You insert yourself, as you're saying, right? Like how do you then create that? How do you create possible opportunities like such a project that might not have had a success in kind of in one realm of public or because of the public funds.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing that I kind of think should be explored more is definitely the social and economic aspect of things. I think that kind of took a back seat for, I mean, obvious reasons, as a more architectural project. But I reached out to an urban sociology professor that I took a class with here, and unfortunately she was on sabbatical, so didn't get to collaborate with her. But I think definitely some of those issues of the social and economic aspects and how this might be able to, you know, with private partnerships and some of those different policies and how those might affect the community and disparities and inequities. I think one thing specifically about this project that I appreciate within that realm is that it kind of prevents or eliminates the need for evacuation, which already has so many economic and social disparities attached to it, simply with the cost of and an ability to evacuate alone, but also allowing community members to be on site and ready to kind of engage with that recovery process instead of hundreds of miles away. So I think, you know, the timeline after the disaster becomes less of a, you know, disaster and could be viewed more as an opportunity for community members to kind of dictate what happens.
I think just quickly to that point, like one of the things that we prioritize early on is just having simple conversations with everyday people to understand the experiences that they went through, you know, and understand what their needs it's likely. I think one of the challenges there is just telling a wireless, like one of our challenges is to explain our architecture to people who are architects, specifically people who might not have a formal, higher education, and often, those are people who are most affected by these sources as our research. So it's important just to advocate, I think, for possibility.
I would also then recommend on that point, because I think in your thesis you were saying also that you're trying to also address the inequities that's associated with the disaster recovery, right? So something that I think you might want to highlight is that then, so how will this then address inequity? Like how would providing the housing on site not forcing people to drive elsewhere to evacuate, then actually addresses some of those inequities. You hinted on it, but then maybe you highlight at the end to how does it specifically address, and also then maybe, as you said, to somebody who's not an architect, okay, maybe talk about a person living here and what's the impact on that person and their family having the events at the civic center while they're living here, and maybe their daily lives are affected and kind of enhanced by your proposal.
I think that would be great at the end whenever you show the whole proposal, because you have explained some of those aspects of how it would work during the year and how it would work in the disaster. But after I showed the whole proposal, I was wondering what happened with all this housing whenever it's not a disaster, how security that when you put it out, but I think a space like this with all that kind of in-between space. And also I think it will be nice to see the policies and the impact in the community of how this could be managed in both situations.
The reality is, unless there's an accompanying, colleague in the room who's going to stand up and present a project that deals with the rebuilding of a very, very economically depressed place like Lake Charles, in the wake of this, you're going to have permanent housing here. You're going to have permanent subsidized housing. And so that would be, I think, probably the biggest problem is when the next storm comes, no room at the inn, because the people who were displaced with the last storm have still nowhere to go.
That was, I think, something early on that we actually tossed around, the idea that possibly this just becomes something.
That rephased development of the project.
But I think we can see both sides of that. That is a long-term, very heavily policy regulated issue. I mean, going through the building codes and updating building codes to a substantial level is not something that happens at a time that this could be constructed. It takes decades.
You're playing with fire. Yes. You're playing with fire. It's good. It is good. That's what Thesis is for.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
How to get rid of that?
Wait.
So collaboration is that collaboration.
Yeah. And then
It is. Students to whether they want to collaborate at few teams.
Yeah. I think it's good. It is good.
When do they pick their collaborators from?
In the fall or in the?
Yes, well, one in the fall and one formulated at the beginning of this semester.
Good morning. My name is Sean Fitchner, and my thesis is exploring our relationship with the built environment and the feasibility of continuing to inhabit rural coastal Louisiana. So for a bit of background, as you know, Louisiana is losing coastal land at an alarming rate and faces increased threats from climate change. So this modeling from CCRA shows vulnerability the area faces to high storm surges. and the ubiquitous flooding risk in the region.
I'm gonna use the arrow.
Getting used to that.
Use the arrow key.
So faced with this threat, Southern Louisiana is facing many questions about its future. And while cities like New Orleans have received some massive investments, including the $14 billion Greater New Orleans Protection System, some of the surrounding areas face more uncertainty. So the option for these areas often seem to be either a cycle of levee construction, which can make the problems with subsidence and land loss worse. Secondly, cycles of reconstruction, which often involve rising insurance rates and federal assistance. And thirdly, climate migration. Each of these options exist in a sociological cycle of long-term loss of economic opportunity, community, and personal assets. These surrounding areas, however, are also critical to the cultural and economic future of the state, and this thesis asserts that it is worth it to continue inhabiting them. So with that, my thesis statement is that through a lens that sees coastal communities not as inevitable losses to natural disasters, but rather as important players in the adaptive future, which need adequate ability to cope with more serious hazards. This thesis will develop a new morphology for living in Lafourche Parish, Louisiana. To ensure the survivability of existence in a threatened area, this morphology should ensure little disruption in day-to-day living, working, and communal life during climate events. So Lafourche Parish, Louisiana is a rural area southwest of New Orleans, which stretches from the Mississippi River down Bayou Lafourche to the Gulf of Mexico. This area relies on critical relationships between its environment, local population, and its economies of production. And over 90% of the shallow water oil in the Gulf of Mexico ends up flowing through this parish through Port Fourchon, and the offshore energy industry is a major employer. This industry is also poised to adapt to the offshore wind energy movement due to its skilled workforce and existing infrastructure. And in addition, this parish supplies a large amount of Louisiana's seafood market and a significant beef and sugar cane export. So all these industries, however, face risks as hurricanes become more of a threat. From sunken fishing boats to closed and damaged oil rigs, supply chain shocks from hurricanes can disrupt the livelihoods of residents of the parish, in addition to their personal damage. So southern Lafourche Parish in particular is surrounding by disappearing wetlands and is at a great risk from climate events. It was originally settled by the French in the pattern of long, thin plots, very similar to New Orleans, which gave each owner high ground along the bayou to build on. More recently, expansion away from the bayou frontage and the closure of Bayou Lafourche from the Mississippi as a distributor has led to increased reliance on levees and forced drainage. And this exacerbates flooding problems and is always going to be an impermanent solution. Notably, the South Lafourche levee district recently raised its walls to 13 feet, but while Hurricane Ida's surge reached 10.3 feet, modeling shows that a path just 15 miles to the east would have likely overtopped the levees there. In addition to destroyed housing, Hurricane Ida also showed the vulnerability of the region's existing housing options. These are some typical options in the parish, and mobile homes notably make up for around 3 times the national average. These were the homes most destroyed by recent hurricanes, leading to an increased impact felt by those with less affordable housing options. In addition to destroyed housing, Hurricane Ida also destroyed many economic assets, means of production, and essential infrastructures. When these all go in tandem, such as a marine repair shop and sunken fishing boats and lost power lines, the feasibility of quick recovery can be quite low. So on a regional scale, this thesis proposes 3 readaptations, which return to the logics of the original settlement, while consolidating amenities and means of production for the feasible existence during hurricane season. So firstly, it proposes reducing forest drainage and returning back swamp areas over time to the condition of wetlands and softland forests. This will reduce subsidence and provide a more effective sponge to reduce storm surge. Secondly, it proposes a realignment of agricultural, energy, and fishing assets to reduce risk and more directly serve the local inhabitants. For example, the sugar canes moved to areas that are above sea level can greatly reduce the risk of saltwater intrusion and allow use of the bayou to move crops more efficiently to market, which shortens the growing cycle and therefore the risk from a destruction. And finally, a dense linear model of housing will integrate with these ecological and productive systems on the high ground along the bayou. This will eventually replace the density per linear mile of the parish, which is currently around 1,100 people per linear mile of the parish. So this built environment should not only consider resilient housing, but tie in other crucial amenities through the linear morphology that is along the natural infrastructure that is Bayou Lafourche. So this idea follows in the lineage of Le Corbusier's Unité d'Adaptation, which addressed the post-war urgent need for housing by considering a dense development as its own vertical city, including amenities like schools and stores. Another lineage it follows in is the thesis of Habitat 67, which aimed to bring qualities of light and air from suburbia into dense urban living using these staggered prefabricated modules. I think this will be really important in the transition for these rural areas, which are where residents are used to flexible outdoor space for maintenance, storage, and places to gather. The place where I believe Habitat's thesis could have gone farther, however, is in its understanding of local construction abilities. So fabrication and construction complexities ended up kind of subverting Safdie's goal of a really affordable housing complex there in Montreal. And where this thesis plans to pick up on that is in an analysis of Lafourche Parish's unique construction capabilities. So with an immense network of marine transportation, specialized construction experts, labor, and talent, the thesis can be achieved by existing local means. A base structure built by marine construction experts can host prefabricated steel modules built at shipyards and transported easily by barge. Renewables can be added at site, which create a network of reliable energy along the linear model housing. So this new morphology can slowly take root, beginning in the aftermath of major disasters. So I'll use the example of this section where housing infrastructure and economic assets were destroyed to imagine this process. So firstly, rebuilding grants from FEMA and the like could be initially used for a small number of units to replace the destroyed mobile homes that were near the bayou here. Secondly, the owners of the destroyed marine repair shop could use the opportunity to rebuild directly next to these new resilient homes. And state grants like the Louisiana's Strategic Adaptation for Future Environments grant could be used to build a safe harbor for protection for valuable assets like fishing trawlers. And then thirdly, one of the issues facing the local economy, which is the local fishing economy, which is highly generational, is this crisis of young people not wanting, seeing the risks of being in the industry, from the risk of their assets being destroyed to uncertain markets and things like that. So it's losing a lot of losing a lot of the young people coming into the industry. So with a safe harbor and marine shop, younger generations of fishermen could continue this tradition and way of life and create demand for more of these units. And finally, as more residents move into additional units, additional infrastructures could be built to support them, starting with basics like power and eventually including community amenities like schools and gathering spaces. So this section is through one of these denser clusters with a community center, which could double as a shelter covering the safe harbor area. Behind the harbor on the street level, in this case would be a seafood market. And across the street from that seafood market could be a store on that kind of agricultural side of the development. And housing occupies most of the middle areas. So some areas would be less dense, but still tied into this network of infrastructure and economic activity. Here's that development and plan with relationship to the existing context. Over time, as the largely pedestrian area becomes populated on the north side of the bayou, the road on the south side could become more of the high-speed vehicular access to the area. So to conclude, this thesis places itself in the conversation of the value and feasibility of continuing to inhabit these rural coastal areas in Louisiana. It asserts that yes, it is worth it to sustain these populations and ways of life, and to do so in a way that positions coastal Louisianians for their role in the climate effective future. And feel free to, my model's in the corner. Yeah, there's a big, especially after the hurricane, there's these pictures of cows just wandering the streets because their fences got destroyed. Yeah.
Was they weather the hurricane? Cows are resilient.
Some of them suffer. Yeah. Yeah, so that's
what is the extent, like how does this, levies go on and on, right? Otherwise they don't work. So what is the extent of your housing? Like how do you decide where it ends? Is it based on the population?
Yeah, so
the town?
So the idea is, so currently, go back to the existing version. So currently, most of the population in the parish kind of winds along the bayou, all the way up from Kiddo down here to where it kind of slowly dissolves into marsh. And so and that's currently where the levee system surrounds. And the idea is that over time, this system could replace those existing populations, but more directly along the bayou in that more resilient manner, because it is important for people to be this far down towards the Gulf because of access to the Gulf for like offshore energy and fishing and those things.
Well, the thing that's kind of interesting about your proposal, I mean, it again raises lots of complex issues, and as you said, you're trying to address a local problem with a local proposal. I mean, I'm sorry, you're trying to address what is actually a global problem, right? That has local consequences with a localized solution. And I think in some senses, that's inevitably going to fail, right? You know, at a certain moment, if the larger problems are going to overwhelm the local response. But my biggest question is, because it seems like the really strong move is to de-densify, you know, the land. I mean, in other words, I guess densify this one particular location where the levee is to free up the rest of the land for, you know, for things that are floodable, right? That are, you know, like it used to be that original condition, that natural condition. But what I'm wondering then is then doesn't that necessarily sort of make the levee obsolete? So in other words, would it be smart to make breaks? And because what are you protecting now? You're protecting the part you just evacuated so that it's floodable. But it's not floodable because the levee is there. So the question is, are there breaks in the levee housing construction now, or?
It's a great question. So like part of my assumption is that the levee is in some ways already obsolete. You know, because of the data we have, we know that they're likely not going to be enough. So you know, without trying to get too specific on this regional sort of civil engineering side, I'm initially proposing, you know, reducing the amount, you know, by moving in, reducing the amount that we pump out over that we use pumping stations out over those levees, which, you know, most directly cause subsidence. But I think that's, you know, a fair thing to consider is also, is considering like if there could be breaks in levees or things like that to use use the longer, more spongy barrier of back swamps and wetlands as protection rather than this hard line, which ends up just pushing water other places.
Then you're protecting what you want to protect from flooding, but you actually have two means of doing so, right? One is to kind of accumulate a dense area of inhabitation and raise it right above the floodable area, but also you're actually creating more floodable area, in which case you want a place for the water to be able to get through that newly recreated flowable area. So I think with, you know, with that addition, it becomes more feasible in my mind. The other question I had, and this is, you know, again, it gets into these larger questions that you can't fix. So to some extent, you have to accommodate. I think one of the reasons for living in this area, you named many of them, but I think that there is a kind of, let's say, they don't want to live in the New Orleans down there. You know, this is not a kind of urban focused community, as I understand it. It's very much don't tread on me, give me my, you know. And so I'm just wondering about the density of your proposal and whether, I mean, it's a thesis, so you can kind of do anything, right? I'm just wondering if maybe height, if the whole kind of theme is not horizontal spread, vertical spread, you know. So I'm wondering about maybe something a little bit more like the unité, but with a lot of holes in it, you know, like where people still have their kind of patch of ground. It's just some of them are in the air, you know.
Yeah, that was the negotiation that was like kind of the central point of the thesis, right? Is and one of the like interesting things I found, find the right drawing, is that there's with the single family housing plots that are most common in this area, there actually is kind of a feeling of density in that the actual usable space of each, you know, side yard, these things is relatively little compared to the amount of space that they take off and the amount towards the lower ground areas they go to. And so, you know, that's why one of the things I was considering a lot was that's why I love that habitat so much, and was trying to achieve this like in a vertical, more dense development. How do you still have, you know, individual open space and space to work on repairing your boat in the front lawn and space and all those types of things. So yeah, that was kind of the negotiation, is how to do the essential thing of densifying and consolidating what you want to protect, but without just putting everyone in a
You might each take more of the levy over, a longer string of pearls rather than a cluster pearl, I guess. But then I know you're also concerned with keeping people close to the goal, so.
Yeah, and that's why, so the idea is to have, eventually in my 50-year perfect world, through this gradual process, the entire parish or areas like this develop into this system along the entire length of the bayou. So, and I ran the housing numbers, and you can, with this specific density of units, you can replace basically all of the existing housing population numbers with this much density along the entire bayou.
The fishing industry, how is it currently organized?
It's quite ad hoc. So essentially, most fishermen they run kind of their own business with their boat and sometimes a few employees. And one of in this area specifically, most of those boats are stored just kind of ad hoc, tied up along the bayou until islands and those kinds of things. And then after their catch, the system is usually a period of storage in ice boxes and those things, and then the catch being driven to a wholesaler or something like that, which then sells it to often restaurants in New Orleans, and so that whole system right now kind of has all these steps and removals from the Gulf to the New Orleans restaurant or whatever it is. So part of having this model that directly engages the industry is supposed to simplify that process and connect the actual means of production, the fishermen, more directly with the end user.
I have to say that I think I appreciate your way of explaining from a global problem how to explain this typology of the value and the relation with the water and the production and the housing all together. And I think proposing having those elements mixed together is hard, because it's a kind of project that is hard because you want to mix the production without the housing. And it's more like, I don't know if you have looked them up, but it's something that really interests me personally. The traditional typologies in many societies and many communities of how they have the production elements linked to the housing, simple housing elements. And I think here, whenever the module becomes a shadow, it starts talking about that, but there are many opportunities of how to make that dialogue. Really interesting relations between the production in the smallest scale and housing. And I don't know if it's possible to get together with also a community aggregation, so that's like a second level. But I think it's something to explore, like deeper relations or rules of how to arrange these modules to have those relations, to have a more controlled way of aggregation. I think that would be really nice to see clear strategies, not like a set of strategies to achieve that.
Yeah, I think like if it's part with a bit more like research of the actual some more community engagement and those sorts of things, and then finding more strategy of like how many housing units and how many greater air shops per mile, right? Those things.
I mean, ultimately, the question is like, what is the correct ratio here, right, between these three different programmatic components? Is there, just looking at this, right? Is there, is the productive component, the productive aspect, is that really what should take dominance, right, over the housing? Because right now it feels like it's the opposite, right? Housing seems to be, right, what is most, in terms of quantity, right, and in terms of legibility, most prominent, right? But this is really, the original idea for this really sprung out of the local industries, right? Creating kind of, right, like reconfiguring local industries in order to support their viability, right? And that's, the agricultural, production from one side, right? And then the fishery production from the other side. So just looking at this, I'm wondering if that shouldn't be, and I think that's what you're saying in a way, right? If that shouldn't be clarified more, right? What this is really designed for, and then the housing might become really more of a subsidy, right, to these industries, right? Supporting the fisher, like the people that are employed and deployed through those industries, rather than bringing in that third aspect, of, the residents, right, who might rebuild in their original location. Yeah. I don't know. And then, thinking about these industries, I mean, I think maybe it's treated a little cutely right now, because, shrimp fishing, and fish, right, it's a messy affair, right? And, equipment, right, storing the harvest and the products and cleaning and distributing, right? And, that requires a lot of facilities, right? And living right next to it might be something for the people that are directly engaged in it, but not for somebody that doesn't have anything to do with it. So I'm just wondering, thinking forward, again, a lot of questions being brought up, it might be worthwhile, fine graining that more in regards to the distribution, right, and the emphasis.
Yeah.
And how really working out how these two things operate with one another.
Yeah, I think one of the things that interested me the most was, if you know there, like, as I said, it is like pretty unstructured and individual, most of the means of production. And so like, with like individual modes just tied up at a spot along and so I think it's going to be most productive is like giving some structure, some more resilient, effective structure to that is managed by the local, the actual local stakeholders. And I think the next step for the thesis project itself would be going into in more detail on like case specific, and like I mentioned, there's grants for this on like a specific hardware, how the dice chess for the cache are in relationship to any housing around there. That definitely be the next step.
Sean, I also had the benefit of seeing this in the midterm, so that's great. Like, I'm glad, and I think like what I really appreciated now more is that you were committed to it, because I think that was the conversation also before, in terms of the morphology, is this the right kind of form to decide, and I think you had made a better argument this time than I think the last time. So I think I'm more convinced now. One thing that I'm just reminded now, because at the beginning you were also talking about that as a new typology and a new morphology in this area, it seems like one of the things that you're arguing is that you're offering a different type of communal living that is then different from how, because you were showing the different types of houses before, as sort of single detached houses or sometimes kind of like attached housing. But what's different here, again, maybe that's something that you can clarify, is that then how do you think you're going to convince the people who are living in those single detached housing to then move to this area, and what do you think could be the benefit for them moving into this area, aside from the combination of that their source of income, their sort of work is combined? Because I'm looking at, for example, this perspective, is that then is it something about the benefit of shared public spaces? Are there sort of communal services, communal amenities? I'm looking at the kind of pedestrianized street that could potentially have a different experience also that they don't have because they usually use their cars, right? So then maybe, what could you maybe clarify that and maybe how would you convince the people living in this area to then move here eventually?
Yeah, I think like the part of the argument actually thing that to be more clear is that like culturally this way of living is actually quite strong in existence, but the architecture doesn't support it as well as they could. So culturally, like it's communal space together, very important, and all these things, but the current architectural model does not support that. So more, like as forward, a more nuanced look into like that persuasion or that argument of how this actually better supports the existing community.
And also maybe define what do you think those spaces are? Like I'm looking at the space at the top. I see people sitting down, but I don't know what it is exactly. So maybe just giving suggestions of, okay, there's a market here. This is where you have the storage for the shrimp or their catch. Maybe this is like and you mentioned it like a school, a store. So maybe just define it and show it more like how they actually interact with each other. Also horizontally and then also vertically, right? Because that would be the interesting part. Is that then is there a retail store on the bottom and then a residential on top? Which is a very common type shop house typology. It's not unusual, right? Then also the street. I think there's a lot of opportunity for you to develop what that pedestrian street experience would be like, which can then add maybe more perspectives and maybe more suggestions of what that could look like. So there's a lot. I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the beginning, the first part of the presentation, Sean, which is also very exciting. And that first part, I would love to hear more. I know this is again a short, abbreviated version of all your research, but it sounds to me like those kind of ways of living over history. I mean, I was really just curious to see what were those in those diagrams of kind of the expansion, the typical housing, all of those. I would love to have to see more of, and also maybe to ask a prompt for following up with Edson is saying to examine them, kind of how they work, and not just on the spectrum of density, but also in terms of porches and kind of like unit, like how do you create identity for the units, or is that an issue, or which just happens through paint, through profile, through are there gestures of material toward a specific era or type? I think all these are really exciting, fun questions. Right now it feels a little unfair to like ask what the siding is like or something, but maybe that one trajectory for the thesis could be to just take those questions very practically. Right. Another might be to say that they don't matter so much. This is much more about the ideas of density and almost kind of urban planning, perhaps, and look at those how to make those structures work, or infrastructures work. So it sets up all these great problems, right? And I think it's not even just answering them, but kind of like stepping back and seeing what questions are most urgent here.
Yeah.
Might be a good start.
Yeah, I agree.
And I second the concerns about things smelling like shrimp.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely definitely a lot of those literal concerns to dive much deeper into. Yeah, because that's like the question that the difficulty in developing it was developing a thesis was the balance between the literal and the more broad strokes for me. So yeah, I think
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good.
Hi, I'm Cheryl, and my thesis is about architecture of empowerment, and it's on women's shelter on the West Bank. My thesis statement is through the design of for safety and security and the implementation of shared space, the physical environment of shelters can influence and support survivors in recovering from traumatic experiences and increase the empowerment for marginalized communities. Some introduction about the current women's shelter situations. Most current shelters, often the resulting schemes lack any sense of humanity and fail to provide more than basic shelter and amenities. The absence of community links and the lack of concern for the needs of the various community members are all part of the disempowering system that prevails today. The problems of security for the women in the poorer neighborhoods in these circumstances should not be underestimated. The ability of the community to take charge of the physical space between buildings, the public space, is a central part of the architecture of empowerment, which is raise the question, is it possible for architects to design in a way that increases the empowerment of people in the communities? So through the research, I found that more than 35% women in the US and 33% women in Louisiana experiences domestic violence in their lifetime. And by the end of 2019, Louisiana has submitted over 30,000 domestic violence and violence misdemeanors, and 38 of the victims became homeless at some point in their lives. And there are also a large amount of unmet requests for the services for housing. And women shed their fear of potential violence meant to physical environments. The physical environments in some cases their homes, and homes should be the places of refuge and comfort, but not fear and dominion. And so this map shows the size that people can take to reach to the existing shelters. Only 50 cities out of 304 cities in Louisiana have a women's shelter, and there are only 3 women's shelters in New Orleans out of 40 current shelters. And the darker red dots are the current women's shelters locations, and this is the site and proposing on the West End to have a women's shelter, and also close to the existing bus lines. So the city of Westwego is a suburban community that developed around the Mississippi River, and the site is located by the levee. And the dark turquoise color, there are the industrial area surrounding the city, and they're basically manufacturing factories and warehouses, and all the light tinted turquoise color are mainly residential based. Second diagram shows the flowers around the city, and there are 88% of all properties in Westwego that have greater than 20% chance of being severely affected by flooding over the next 30 years. And the site is located at a topography that is elevated from the ground and not seriously affected by the flooding, as you can see in the section cuts. So the vertical cut shows its relationship to the river, and this is a levee. The levee is at 25 feet, and this part, the elevated part of the site is at 14, and the residential area they're mainly at 6 to 7 foot in elevation, and the longitude, the horizontal cut shows the relationship to its adjacent blocks, which also the site is interestingly a little bit higher in elevation to its surrounding blocks. I went through several phases of massing studies, and the first study I was thinking about bordering the site and have this shear base in the middle, but it seems that 4 different buildings are too extensive to be defined for the programs. And then for my second phase, since the site is pretty big, so I tried to define the massing at the front of the site, but I think in this case the spaces are too confined, and then I move on to develop this access across the site, which allows the massing to have 4 wings to occupy at each site, and 4 different outdoor spaces that gives different opportunities designated to each space. And to avoid this very cross form, I try to shift the wings and create more dynamic of space. So the first diagram shows the existing topography, which is elevated the site. And then I located the shear space at each end of the wings and put the long-term bedrooms at the back of the wings, and this light reded are the short-term residents. And the outdoor space on the back allows people to have visual connection to the levee and the river. And each wings, they will have the opportunity to connect and engage with the outdoor programs that will be introduced later. And the site is accessed here. The parking is excavated and embedded into the existing topography. And the central core allows to distribute people to different side of the wings. And some landscape strategies to provide security for the people is just to have this vegetation planted around the site. Supportive housing in the form of domestic violence shelter provide women a physical environment to combat their situation and to promote their future independence. Environmental factors can have an impact on women's psychological sense of safety in the time of transition. The environment also plays a role in the perception of connection or separation from the public life and their ability to have a sense of community. So to address the physical empowerment, to give them safety and security. So all the windows for the bedrooms will have controllable blackout coverings for visual privacy. And on the front of the building, this is planning beds that are connected to the shared kitchen and cafeteria. And this elevated topography and the landscaping design block the view from the street level and prevent intrusion. And also the main entrance is arranged as far as from the bedrooms as possible, along with the secure entry doors. And the fitness area on the ground level allows women to strengthen their bodies and take self-defense courses. Not just physical empowerment, the shared space also gives women the opportunity to be emotionally and economically empowered. And for this outdoor area, so the majority of intimate partners, as well as survivors, come from low-income households, so it can be understood that these women are lack of stable jobs and the financial knowledge. So this multi-purpose area could serve as an outdoor classrooms for group learning and lectures and any other group events. And the planning beds connects to the shared kitchen and the dining. So research shows that this distress and activity are more prevalent in leads of those who have lower sensitivity. The community kitchen dining areas are accessible to both short-term and long-term residents to encourage community. And this is an outdoor covered seating area. The outdoor space is comprised of smaller lounge spaces to encourage community, but also allow for smaller groups. It presents opportunities for both community and privacy. And also thinking for women who bring their kids with them. This is an indoor daycare center and also an outdoor play area for the children, and also provide job opportunities for the women. And this is an outdoor work path connected between the two public spaces, so there will be no intrusion to the private bedrooms. And also the water detention pond on the second level and the retention pond on the ground level, capturing the rainwater and to prevent to have the right flood control and runoff treatment. And this is the third floor plan showing more detail about the rooms where it has a long-term stay and short-term stay. The rooms are, each side of the room, they are oriented at a different angle to have different views for the residents. And also I'm proposing a bus stop for women to go to their jobs, since not all the women, they have cars or they can do carpools. And this is a section cutting through the building. So you can see the private rooms, the shared amenities, private lounge areas, and computer room that provide women opportunities to educate themselves and looking for jobs. And all the blues, they access the public area, like they have lounges and the front gym and roof garden. To showing some of the interior qualities and the long-term living areas, they have shared amenities, and each room will have 2 beds, and the sinks are shared between 2 rooms. And for the short-term living area, they'll be having 2 bunk beds where during emergency, the bottom drawer could be pulled out to have an additional mattress. And this is the courtyard on the 3rd level, which have a smaller lounge space and introduce light to the building and emphasize the core. And this just shows the shared kitchen and dining space. And this is a view from, you're looking at the shared kitchen and this planning area and part of the gym. And this is where you add the 3rd level of the dining area, you're looking back at the outdoor classroom area and part of the long-term safe rooms. And also the address there represented trees to have visual detection. And this is where you have the outdoor walking path and this water retention pond where people can picnic or trail. And this is the other shared dining and kitchen. Oh, and the daycare is here. And this is at the back of the covered seating pavilion area where people have small gatherings and doing yoga or some kind of other activities where they can, it's really chill space. And that is my presentation.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciate how you make it super clear. So it's great. And I was really interested, and at least shocked by the data that you gave at the beginning about the numbers in Louisiana with the woman situation. Remind me of the COVID times in Spain. Also, those numbers increase a lot from the people not being able to go out, have like a safe place, and being forced to be at home. So I think the topic is really appropriate for the current times. I think it's great. And I would like to congratulate you too in the area of the site proposal. No? So I think that's where how we have seen second part, the Wetlands area of the city that has no amenities into us. I think that's good. I'm only curious about. I have a question about the selection of the specific place in the West Bank area. And why do you select a place close to the edge of the river, or even you are placing like a possible floating? Maybe I missed it, but whenever this map I think is really clear and it helps understand your positioning, but the specific placement will surprise me. I want to hear a little bit about it.
So first of all, I was looking at the West Bank area and the flooding condition, and also because it's a women's shelter for low income women, and I'm looking at the income level of the area. I think the West Bank is where people are mainly low income, and also this area. The percent of women is higher than men, and I think also it's closer to the existing bus lines, and more specifically, it has this unique topography that I found it very interesting to have this elevated topography, which is beneficial for times during flooding.
Cheryl, can you go back to the floor plan?
Yes.
So I think I also want to commend you for really looking into the physical translation and very spatial translation of how you're thinking about security and safety and thinking about the different effects and impact of space to the psychology of the to the user, in this case, as a women's shelter. One thing that I'm curious in, because now I appreciated what you're showing about the massing studies where you evolved it from more of there was like almost like a central courtyard with the buildings. And maybe you can go back just to that quickly. Then it evolved to these wings. I'm just trying to imagine also in terms of the safety and security that I feel like the wings are more exposed compared to the kind of courtyard condition in phase one. So I'm curious, like, what was how did you eventually decide that the wings you thought or you felt was a better or more appropriate solution to the women's shelter than the kind of courtyard?
So initially, I wasn't taking the existing topography into consideration. And then I looked at the topography. Of course, the whole shelter is on that elevated platform, but about the form, I think first of all, it has this topography to support its security, and I was thinking about the entrance and also using its landscaping strategy to enhance the security aspect.
Because it's I think there are definitely pros and cons in each of the schemes, right? And I think that it's very clear that you did try to figure that out. And so when you go back to the plan, then I'm thinking of the exposure of the residents, and then maybe that is the solution that is solved through the landscaping. Because I was also looking at some of your perspectives where the kind of opening of the landscaping, and maybe again because it's the kind of, because it is educated, then that also gives a sense of separation from, let's say, the road and the street, so you don't, maybe they don't as exposed. I think that canting the units, I think then it allows the separation of the view, so you won't be able to see into the other units. But then on the kind of the opposite end, or like if you are from the outside in, I wonder if then the landscaping that would be enough to then to kind of obscure the view, because you want to protect also the part of it is also protecting the identity of the women who's here, and so that's the balance I think that you're trying to figure out, right? Like how is it that you're wanting to give them a sense of privacy, and then at the same time also protecting their identity, and because would somebody be able to just go through the trees, and especially right, and especially if there are disgruntled husbands, partners, or whatever, right? They go
elevation and some trees.
They will go through, right? So how do you? So maybe that's something to think about: is how do you secure additionally that they can't just come in any side to be able to then just potentially attack the woman whom they're trying to, the woman is trying to escape from. So curious like what you thought about that. Yeah.
So for the landscape strategy, I was thinking about put denser plants at the ground level, so people can't really easily access, or they will be hurt by the plants. And about visual collection protection, so there will be bigger trees than more closer to the building. Have this visual collection. Of course, I could put fences in between the fence, so it could be hidden in between the fence, but also more secure.
So that's why I was curious, because the courtyard then, in fact, maybe offers more the sense of security, because then there's actually a perimeter that then protects the courtyard, right? So again, there are many kind of pros and cons, right?
Like that's job one, right? That they're here because they can't be secure when they're not here, including other family members. So anonymity is an issue. If there are only 3, this will only be 4 shelters. I tell you, a determined perpetrator is going to go to all of them to find their victim. Security, location, controlling the boundaries job one, I think, this project. And so I will state even more strongly what my colleague Edson says, that, you know, the courtyard is the obvious way to go if you have such a large site. So that's the other question, you know, I mean, I'm curious about this site because it's necessarily floodable. You've done your research on that ground, but I mean, if the 911 call has to be made, you know, where is the nearest police station? I would want to know that if I was, you know.
It's 10 minutes away.
So maybe too far, you know, I don't know. If there's on-site security sufficient to make those 10 minutes not life-threatening, you know, I would almost be looking for a site that's like right next to the police station or something, you know, unless there's some other on-site, you know, heavy duty security, which I think in general, that's, you know, these places usually run on a shoestring budget. That's why there's a few of them. But there you have a lot of amenities, but none of them are really geared towards security. And so therefore the architectural RT is especially questionable, I think, because it does, I mean, it literally is the party of expansion and exposure as opposed to the cloister or the courtyard, which is about protection and definition of boundaries. So I think maybe you just have way too big a site, you know, that's the problem. You left the courtyard idea because you said, I got more building than I can handle, right? But that's only because you have a perimeter that's maybe too large. So one, if there's a particular reason that it's this site and not a much smaller site, you know, maybe the idea would have first been to almost kind of urban plan it, you know, kind of divide it into sub parcels and almost hide in plain sight idea, you know, like have certain programs that you envision being in relatively close proximity, including maybe a police station, maybe a school, maybe you know, maybe places for the women to work, you know, where they don't actually have to get in the car and go somewhere and expose themselves. They literally are right there. So maybe a more kind of complex programming, more urbanization of the parcel could have been a precursor. And then you could kind of hide, like then the room, then it wouldn't be so screaming, I am a woman shelter alone, protected only by a few shrubs. You know, then you could even like have almost sprinkled the housing throughout so that even if it's generally known that there's a woman's shelter among 10 other kind of uses on this site, there isn't like the institutional presence of a woman's shelter so that, again, a perpetrator would know exactly where to go. You know, they could be like the housing unit, the units could be sprinkled on upper floors too would help rather than being on ground floor, probably. So I don't know, I of course support your incentive and your motivation. I mean, this is something that it's a tragedy and a disgrace, frankly, that those statistics exist on so many levels, like many other kind of societal problems that we're dealing with, but it's appalling, right? And so I'm glad you took it on, and it's tough, it's risky, you know, and it's hard to really know, or to, you know, hopefully hard to put yourself in the position of some of these women. But having taken it on, you know, I think you have to have a pretty clear sense of the order of priorities. The order of priority one is security, absolutely no matter what, you know, like literally life or death. You know, then we worry about their emotional empowerment and their jobs and the, you know, but like I am not convinced by your proposal the way it stands that job one has been addressed. And so I have a little hard time getting excited about the switch angle of the views for the, but yeah, I just feel like it's, you know, and an order of priority that's way down on the list when the most primary one I don't think has been convincingly addressed yet. I'm glad you took it on, you know, and I think it's important. It's important too. And I also really appreciate that you are thinking about the quality of life. It's not just, you know, what happens after you establish security on the life and death level, but I think that there's something missing that could be addressed. And even on this particular side of this program in other ways that are probably worth thinking about.
Yeah. And since the site is huge, I was thinking for future development because there are still land to be used at the front, could be designed for security purposes and other, jogging outfits and other amenities.
It really is a striking, it's a striking contrast between a horrific set of statistics and conditions at the beginning of your presentation and a really beautiful set of images towards the end, like if you can go to some of the renderings. I mean, it's really convincing and colic, and there's a sense of kind of scale and community. The aspirations are really clear. And I totally agree with Mindy's comments about security and that being a kind of first order concern. And I think that also falls within that follows another set of questions too, is that the constraints that you set up for the project and the problems that you're addressing, and it's really hard, I think, in a thesis or any project when you're the client, you're the zoning board and the researcher of you're creating all the questions and answering them. I think there's provided, then the challenges of thesis are really convincing set of answers throughout, and there's not a lot of parts, perhaps of the security where I just be like, no, it looks really. And maybe a kind of way to think about it is given, there's all these amenities provided and so forth, which seems to reflect, I presume, a kind of set of research into the challenges faced the women who go to these shelters. It might be interesting to look at this now and say, given the really broad landscape of all these questions, which are the questions that you would focus on further? If this and kind of how do you shake up the system, even perhaps? For example, just perhaps should these communities, should these shelters be in these communities, or should they be a kind of network of conditions, rather one size fits all? Perhaps they go far out of town, which is another form of security, a kind of local, tiers of security or tiers of convenience. There's a really broad set of questions that throughout, and kind of looking at grounding the project in one set of issues like security, which I think would be really useful, might help orient, because I feel like the initial massing exercise, usually I associate that with a set of urban strategies, right? Like looking at the kind of adjacencies and so forth. And I wasn't even sure what the adjacent buildings were, or what the streetscape was like. And then quickly kind of morphed into this shape, which is looks extremely convincing. But perhaps stepping back and say, these are the questions that really are the most urgent, or the most merit, kind of have the most opportunity for an architect to come in and explore. I think you're set up really well to kind of begin to posit those questions. I think those will be really productive, in addition to all the answers that you provided.
Additional also recommendation is to think about how do you not make this feel very institutional. Because I appreciated how you're thinking about some of the interior spaces, but then also I think exterior wise, how do you just make it not feel so regimented? I think the lines, the wings somehow already creates that sense of structure. And then, the shifting, again, I said I appreciated the shifting because I think it breaks apart the mass. And so it doesn't feel like one big solid volume. But still, I think, is there something about how the materials maybe would change, how, the screens, to then soften it might not be as, do you break the rhythm, they kind of take all of these different maybe as an architect that you're able to control, I can't necessarily control everything, right? But then this is what you can control in terms of how it can be less institutional. How might you think of pushing it further to then make it feel even more comfortable for the women there, right? That they don't also feel that they are being thrown somewhere.
They're the ones in prison.
And then they feel like in prison, right? I think you've created like moments where you're trying to open up like the site where they're able to go out, but then at the same time, like how do you not make them feel like they're also trapped because of the architecture, right? They feel like they're in an institutional setting. So that's a challenge for you.
But I think that's like almost the embedded thesis, right? Like how can you create, like spatial conditions, right? Where these preconceptions and the necessities, right, of security, right, of empowerment, right, of institutionalism are present, but rethought, right, in a almost, non-legible way in a typical sense, right? So, and I agree, we talked about all these issues. At some point, you have to settle on something. But I think the floor plan and the building, it's quite successful in that regard, right? The issue of boundary and protection, right? And the other things I just mentioned could then be used as a point of departure to say, this thesis is looking at not addressing them in a conventional way, aka there's not a wall around it, right? Or a high security barbed wire fence with security cameras, but it's done differently, right? And I think you have started to make the right steps in regards to exploiting the elevation, right? Identifying that as a measure, right? Yeah, vegetation is porous, right? And we talked about this, right? Might not be enough, but I think thinking that further, right, and really thinking about how this can be turned around, right, and really used, like as a dialogue of how to do things differently while still achieving the same, primary goals is super interesting, right? And I think your renderings, the views, they already talk about this, right? The type of environment, right, and the type of, spaces that you want to create and that you aim to create for the inhabitants. Right, so it's not institutional, it's not bleak, it's not, where they have to be, right? But it's a place of, spirit and hope.
I think a good answer.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
A good way of achieving these things that Cordula and Edson are talking, I think it would be like in a further development of the layers of the project. No? Maybe this scheme, if you have settled in this scheme, maybe this first layer is just like that envelope that has like really good quality to remind me of any hospital. They're done really thin wings because it has cross ventilation. So that structure can give you really quality base spaces. No, but I think adding those layers, I was thinking about those balconies. No, how they will inhabit that. Maybe there's a second level of material. No, I don't know. Or like screens of filters of things in another level of materiality. I was thinking like if this will be concrete, how it will be nice maybe to have like some layers of wood inhabiting or even leaving it free. So as a statement of the project of how its woman will be able to take care of it and make it to their own, and maybe there's another layer that is how is the landscape denser. So I think thinking of the project as layers would help you out to establish that kind of goals because it's a really complex project touching social problems. So that will help you into the materiality and the layers of overlapping. That will not maybe only the envelope, but the next steps.
I mean, it is in the title, empowerment, right? So there are some obvious architectural solutions like the courtyard. And the idea here, and the thesis is to go against the convention in a way and test ideas and see if they are successful or not. And we're talking about security, but today security is not always kind of a physical barrier. There are many ways to achieve security. First of all, the siting of it, the site, it is a remote site. It is, an industrial area. So It is a large site, so you can achieve security in ways, we're talking about the immediate surrounding of the architecture, but it's a huge site. I mean, there could be ways of achieving that. But the idea is to go against what is the obvious solution of making a building an architecture that acts as a barrier. I mean, that's the typical project.
Yeah, then
So
what-
why are we gonna do the thesis if we're gonna do this, another one of those projects? I think that, to me, there is something appealing about, it is empowering to have, a women's shelter where it doesn't feel that you're confined. It is open. It is something where you have a relationship to nature, to the environment, without the constraints of saying it's a cloister and you have the courtyard. It's like the prison, we talk about the prison, and you just go for 2 hours a day, and then you go back to your cell, and because you need protection or you need punishment. I think there's something really interesting about. Yeah, I understand. Kind of it's unsettling at the beginning to imagine that we can think of how to break a typology and think about an alternative. And again, I mean, today security is achieved not only in physical barriers. I mean, that's almost the least effective way of achieving security. It's it can be done in so many ways.
I'm not advocating the courtyard, but I do think, and it can be achieved in many ways, but I don't see how it's being achieved here. That's what I'm saying. And so, when we start asking questions, we start being pointed to shrubs, which is absurd. Yeah. So that's all I'm saying. I think that anonymity is key. If you see this one shelter for people who were coming from all over the country but don't live in Louisiana, already I would feel like, oh, well, that might work. That might work. Like, I think that's going across the river, on the other hand, when their partners live in New Orleans, is not enough. It's not remote enough. If that's what we're relying on, you see what I mean? If it's about them not knowing where they are, not about physical boundaries, like Professor Alwani is degrading as a good means of security. I mean, so what is the means of security then?
Well, and also, the other aspect of this, I understand that security is a very important aspect of a shelter, but it's, there is a project also, and it's unfortunate that the conversation, we have been talking for half an hour about just security, and we didn't talk about any other aspect of the project. But
I don't think that's true. I think the quality of spaces that you've made has been talked about and has been appreciated, and that's what I meant by secondary, tertiary. I think that there's a lot that's been addressed here, and I mean, in fact, if there was a convincing statement that could have been done in 2 minutes about how security is established on the site, and then we could get into everything else that you've imagined. I mean, I think it's a very imaginative and rich project. It's just hard to get there, with the kind of the premise that you have established and that you started this whole conversation with.
again, it's about empowering, and empowering, if you look at the images and the architecture, it is about empowering people in a shelter and not confining them. In, again, security, you can resolve this issue. I don't think it's a contradiction with the architecture.
But there's other things, you should point out that come out of this specific shape, right? So if you make argument to it, right, there's a central control point, right, which is the entrance point, right here, that allows for the distribution into these wings, right? Which is really useful, right, for a security control, right, and a check-in type of situation, right? And we talked about this at length, right? But this is really a super important point in the proposal, right? Because this is what you have to cross, right, in order to get to the other areas of the building, right?
I mean, I see tons of ground floor doors, see? So I don't know what that means.
Yes, again, questions remain open, right? But, I think the general premise of thinking about this from, a different point of view, right? And thinking how these, normative parameters can be resolved in other means, I think is at the core of this thesis. So I think that's very useful. And then you should keep on thinking about that, hopefully.
I just quickly agree with the question of institutional character, because it isn't, it is an institution. I don't always see it as a negative. And I think it's a really interesting point too, when it becomes the kind of character of a hotel, a resort, a dorm, a prison, of course, is negative, but there's, I think that question is addressed in different ways throughout the project, or it'd be interesting to kind of dissect and talk about each of it, but kind of where it lies among those, where it's situated, and then the kind of landscape of those characters. I think there's opportunity too for it, looking at that, and maybe it might be in the project in a way that's hard to see without, we can only look at one image at once, but the idea that it sounds like a really complicated place, like in one sense you want community, but perhaps in another sense, like people want privacy and their own institution, and a kind of probably a lot of different kind of needs that are at odds with each other. Have you thought about that in the project, or kind of how does that play out in the plan or the spaces?
Yeah. Answer the question, and then we probably have to move on.
Oh, it doesn't have to be. Maybe that's just I'll leave that as an open question rather than an answer right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
All right.
We share the screen.
Was that?
I'm sharing it at Tom, so I don't believe you have to reach.
I think the competition is already
Yeah.
just
All right. Let's do it.
And my thesis is titled Design of Identity, Memorialization of Collective Memory and Trauma in Beirut, Lebanon. Our thesis began with a problem concerning the Beirut port competition, which called for a redesigned master plan, reintegration of public program, consideration for the memory of the lost souls in the port and explosion, and a memorial space for that memory. I want to see the journey of the project from initial analysis to study of memorial architecture to vigorously transitioning to a memorial for Beirut, and what that memorial should embody and enact. The location of the explosion was a neglected storage unit containing vast amounts of ammonium nitrate from fireworks, which started as a fire and exploded into a massive shockwave, devastating the port and the city, injuring and killing hundreds. The highway separating the city and the port never seemed so thin. The highway acted as a physical barrier, both in traffic and elevation, securing the port's past activities. The port became an emotional barrier, a no man's land, the damaged city overlooking its scars. What had been the stability of the city now became a site of trauma, drenched with the public's anger and devastation. With the understanding of an emotionally charged site, public program, and the need for a transition, both physical and metaphysical, I turned my research towards memorial architecture. After learning a variety of memorial precedents from different locations, I studied how they relate the physical realm with their emotion narratives to create places of memory and emotion feeding into and off of the identity of each different location. Through this study emerged the idea of architecture equating space, while experiencing architecture becoming time, as one processes the emotions associated with the physical qualities of memorial.
memorials. Upon returning to Beirut, the concept of memorials on the site isn't actually new. Pop-up memorials and silo memorials are in dialogue with feelings towards the site with mixed receptions on all sides. I began to build up a graphical lexicon from here of physical responses to emotions circling the Beirut explosion, unease, loss, change, reflection, and how they could appear as emotionally triggering spaces. All of this has led me to my thesis statement. As architecture relates to place and the experience of it creates time, there lies an intersection in which identity is formed, grounded in the physical environment and built up through memory. Memorial architecture resides at this intersection, manipulating the physical surroundings to evoke emotional response based on memory. Beirut faces the crisis of identity and the destruction of the port, which memorial architecture can be established and preserved by accessing collective and individual memory and emotion to create urban space dedicated to the narrative of Beirut. I began with an investigation of the contextual layers of Beirut. I pulled back to Beirut's early beginnings as an ancient port city for multiple civilizations, of which the ruins are still being uncovered today. I then jumped to the multiple wars that left the city itself in ruins, tarnishing what had been known as the Paris of the East. While Beirut is a wonderfully diverse city, this has led to a conflict of culture, such as the Civil War, which has quite literally divided the city in half in the past. In recent years, economic and political protests led to a tense environment, with the fires of protests lighting up Beirut. All of this bubbled under the surface of Beirut's identity pre-explosion. From these contextual layers, I pulled key moments located around Beirut that served as the physical manifestations of Beirut's past and current identity. References to ancient civilizations, the demarcation lines and ruins of the Civil War, series and sites of protests, and the explosion site itself. These access were tied to the footprints of the destroyed port buildings, creating a shifting memorial that can access the memory of Beirut, creating a walkable timeline that not only recalls Beirut's history, but sets the foundation for rebuilding identity on the port site itself. The investigation of the contextual layering in Beirut pushed me towards an interest in excavation of the ground, where a memorial can physically transition from one elevation to the other, while also manipulating the concept of identity and time through a series of stages, each with their own smaller narratives. The memorial begins with a descent into the earth, a threshold upon which the world fades away in sight and sound as one steps into darkness. This first darkness sets the motif of quieter intermediate spaces in between that which the memorial reveals, such as the sound of rushing cars and the sight of the sky near the end of this first portion. Also, it introduces the struggle between what is visible and what one can reach when blocked by void, distance, and height. This introduction of something seeing yet unusual leads to the past, the second focus of the memorial. Here, the viewer is quite literally suspended in time, experiencing the intersection of axes leading to a preserved Civil War ruin turned museum memorial and the ancient ruins, specifically that of the ancient law school of Veritas. Chaos and order here cross as objects frozen in time, yet undeniably persisting as qualities in Beirut's identity. An often beautifully chaotic city that has shown like the guiding beacon to those around it, despite the darkened times that seem to have grown around it. While the past feels fixed, it is so much more of a guiding series of moments that build one's identities as they move through the present, through darkness once more. As past meets future, we arrive at the present, a point that can feel very small, yet is the point at which we experience both the past and the future. It is a softscape carved by the memorial tunnel, driven by the axes connecting the Civil War demarcation line, dividing East and West Beirut, called the Green Line, and its intersection with the axis of the explosion site. Here is the assertion that the port exists as a no man's land, just as the Green Line once did, where fear and uncertainty leaves the site barren and hostile. Drawn down from the northeast, however, are the Cedars of God axis, a symbol of Lebanon, famous and dating back to many ancient texts, citing them as a source of life and strength. This void aims to establish not just the recollection of memory, but active decision to pursue and reflect on the identity of Beirut as a city constantly regrowing from the wreckage. The visitor is encouraged to walk freely among the cedar trees through a pocket of growth before re-entering the memorial, turning the corner, and continuing their journey onward with the sightlines of the city in the distance, yet still not quite reachable. Reminiscent of the initial descent, there follows a longer linear portion that manipulates the senses. As the memorial approaches the explosion site and its crater, the memorial begins to dissolve and the site is revealed, mirroring the experience of the explosion and self, jumping from the unknown to full exposure to the light and the elements, before leading to a gradual buildup of protection once more. Rather than the stillness and darkness as in the initial descent, however, there is strips of light that bounce and reflect across the walls from an unseen opening. The explosion started as an unexplainable series of light before becoming a force that tore down walls and roofs, leaving the people exposed in the future up in the air, or so it seems. For the future of there is the city, and the city is the people. And the people emerge from the tunnel of the memorial and see the city standing behind them. A distance of miles, yet with no distance at all, they reach out and touch the city and their own reflection with it. For there is no space which people cross that they do not carry their identity with them, constantly projecting it forward as their guiding momentum through life. Thank you.
Wow.
Totally wet.
Lauren, congratulations. This is so, I mean, I'm just impressed. I'm just so amazed. I feel like I'm gonna cry. So I think it just goes to show the power, I think, of your narrative. You know, it was just the way you explained it was also very poetic. And then the architecture itself, the experience, I think it was very well thought. I like the sequence of how you're guiding the viewer and the audience through the experience. You know, with I thought like the moments of like these slivers of light going through, and then how like it disintegrates at the moment of the site itself. I thought it was just so powerful, and at the end, and I was really curious, like, okay, what is going to be the end, you know? And that's the kind of the success of the story, right? Like, there has to be some either form of climax or some form of destination at the end, and then suddenly, like, you know, it's like the reflection of the city from behind. It's like, wow, like that's just an amazing experience, and I think you just did a great job. And again, seeing where it was in the midterms, you know, I thought like it's just like great, like how you were able to resolve some of the questions I think from before about like the identity. Like I get it, you know, I get it. I think it's just amazing. So I don't know what else to say about how and what else to recommend, because I think it's just successful and powerful.
Yeah, second all of those comments. It was just a really exciting presentation. Like I almost want to hit rewind. So,
Can you go back one?
Yeah.
And then kind of I don't know, the playfulness of the images. Maybe that's not exactly the right word, but the character representation and diagramming and graphics are woven in wonderfully. It's really exciting, and it seems like you know, I love that you've allowed not everything about it to be resolved. Like it's very well defined, right, as a proposal, but also there's a kind of abstraction teasing throughout kind of how you might approach next steps. I'm like Edson, I almost wanted to stop with without speculating on alternatives. Like it's just and to celebrate what it is as a proposal. But being an architecture critic, of course, one thing I would love.
We want you to get your money.
Right. I think one thing that I would love to see is just a very large model of this, a physical model.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure you had the constraints of studio, but I mean the physical space. I think it would just be really exciting to see this build at like the scale of the room or like the scale of the. I know. Yeah, so this isn't a critique of what you should have done, of course, just to be really clear, but rather. Yeah, and you have a team of interns and so forth. But I'm just saying it merits that as the next step. The next step, my suggestion, the next step wouldn't be to go and, tweak and iterate, but really just build it, and it seems to be a lot about material, and kind of, subtle interventions, and a large scale model seems like it would give you the opportunity to look at little details of how, I don't know, the handrail or the joints or and also and light and shadow and texture, all of which appear in visually and graphically throughout your presentation, not always in the, say, rendering of the object itself, but in the relationship of the collages and the diagrams and so forth. It just looks like it'd be so exciting to me. I want to get in there is what I'm saying.
Just one comment linked to the model that Anna was talking about. I also believe that the proposal is amazing, congratulations. But I believe that the model, the way of representing the base, where you establish your lines, I think the lines get a little bit lost with the way you represent the territory. So I would maybe rethought of the ways that you make the base to make this pop out in a way. So I will also give another thought today, even if it's an amazing element, like object, but I think that your proposal could be more successful in another model. But we could have to make some data.
I would be happily forego the model, but we look for more mappings of the city. I mean, I guess I too am really impressed with, I found your presentation informative, exciting, persuasive, all the good stuff, both your words and your images. And, knowing how many conflicts, which you alluded to, it's not just the extent, that's the most recent and in some ways tragic, because it was almost like quasi-accidental. It wasn't even from the enemy sort of thing. And I was actually on my phone trying to remind myself, because it reminds me of, I think it must have been another thesis project from another age that got me into it, but I somehow did some research on these devastating modern Israeli war tactics that were perfected in Beirut, where they realized that they were sitting ducks going through the streets. That was where the kind of locals held sway, is that they could control the streets. And so the Israeli invaders, anyway, whatever, combatants, they just would go in the buildings and stay in the buildings, and they would bore holes through, so all of a sudden you're in this really, in your like living room type of thing. There's a name for it. Was it? Where was that?
Was that the orange thesis?
That was in Palestine.
It wasn't in Palestine either. Then it was somewhere else. I'm confused. But at any rate, the point is, in this city with all these multiple, incursions and disruptions and destructions, I guess what I am looking for, like I love all of the moments and events that you've created, and I think they might even be enlivened with some of the, maybe imprinting on those long tunnel-like walls of images of the city as it was when it was the Paris of the East, kind of thing. I think some of those longer subterranean hallways maybe could be, even Myelin's beautiful memorial is punctuated. It's not just a wall, it's a wall with names on it, which has so much power. So, whether they're texts, imprintings of text or imprintings of images, of the former city. I don't know. It seems like as a memorial, there's such a story to tell, and you have a lot of real estate on a lot of vertical and horizontal surfaces to tell it. So my question goes back to, that line, why that line, why that, and even like, so I'm looking for like the sort of a grid of, I don't care about the model, 20 mappings of the city and showing me all of the places of, kind of former conflicts that, left the city in the state that it's in, and how you picked and chose, we had that one diagram, we kind of flashed up and it went away, and then, so I don't really know where I am in the city, and I feel like, the big question would be the path, of where the location of the line or lines and angles, I would want to make sure I got the right line or lines, or, I'm also wondering whether the singular path is better than like a series of stitches, maybe there are a series of more disconnected lines. I don't know, but those are the questions that you leave me with. I want to know more, and I don't want to have to choose. I think I don't, you've presented in such a persuasive way this complex history of both, an incredible place, but also an incredible history of multiple conflicts, that I'm curious whether one singular path can do it all, whether it should be more a series of interventions that share these qualities, these memorials. I'm kind of advocating for the broken up series of lines that aren't about a resolution. Like there's no beginning and there's no end, but there are stitches and moments, around the city, or maybe even stitches just all along the kind of interface between the city and the former board.
Right.
I'm not sure. I'm just thinking out loud.
So we did have discussions over whether we wanted to break up the memorial versus keep it more contained. And part of it early on was considerations of, is there port activities going on? But once we established that, this entire area where the memorial would be situated is overtaken by public programming in the future, we then considered, well, do we want people to be able to exit or stay within the memorial? And I chose the path of I want to contain this experience so that there is the overall experience that is maintained through it without just the singular experience, but the understanding of the whole, which is why I chose the contained continuous one. If that helps the explanation.
I think in the way of the development, I think it's really exciting whenever you have a rise to the moment of whenever the envelope starts disintegrating and you have that moment of different experience, no? Because that makes a focus of why in that line, what you want to show. And I felt in the previous moment that wasn't as explored, and I felt the section, if we will have like sections or of the different moments, I think it would have been sometimes more narrow spaces and higher, or maybe so emphasizing more of what that tube in a way with explorations of shape and proportions have to make those experiences of the turning around in different moments more intense, no? Or more
right. So there's like moments where the tunnel widens, but I definitely did not play with height as much as with width. So I definitely think that criteria really touched on some of the space. It's more about seeing verticality.
I think you play with that whenever you have that image with the trees and the window when you start getting the shoulders of the wall, no? So you start like getting under the ground, and I think that's what gets us like excited, like, oh wow, you have a window here and then you have windows. No, so you have that kind of different experience of how that tube is starting to relate to the outside. So I think you could further explore that through the different moments of the memorial. So intensify.
Also, an additional recommendation as a next step, not for now, right? But then, because you're alluding to the sound, which I thought was also very important. And so I wonder, would you have like a video or fly through where you're actually, what's the sound, the auditory experience, and also the haptic experience, like as the wind kind of goes through some of those openings, suddenly, you feel like the wind. So because it's also very visually, it's prioritizing somebody, the site, right? So what what's the experience like for somebody maybe who just is visually impaired? What would that be like? And then maybe how do you also then have an equivalent or equal sort of experience for somebody who cannot see? And what would that be like, right? So I think that would be another additional layer to continue arguing that because of the sound, because of the temperature, change in temperature, because of the wind, then it also then enhances the experience as you go through.
Congratulations, very, very well done. We talked about the narrative, from the beginning as element that is really important for the project, and you started working on it as you were developing the project, and it was really interesting and powerful to hear it. But I think what is interesting is that the project works even without it. You were describing. You were telling us the narrative, but I'm imagining these spaces, and that's the power of a memorial, is that it needs to talk to people from different backgrounds with different stories, and that emotion that you feel, you connect, whether you are from Beirut or not. If you go through that space, we talked about a lot of memorials, the Eisen Memorial in Berlin or World Trade Center in New York. Even if you're not connected to that event, there is a moment of reflection that happens, personal, maybe not directly related to the event itself. And I think in your project, you were able to achieve that. Just imagine through the photographs, if you go back to some of these photographs, walking through that singular moment. And I think, it is important to have that singular trajectory that has the different moments. I think it's more interesting, powerful to be able to have that rather than say different, spaces that you can choose from. It's almost, like driving to Marfa, where you have to take that highway, and there is this kind of almost visual cleansing that happens because you're in the middle of the desert and you just like
That's my
you're
point though, because Marfa, is at the end of it, you never do it. So then the question
let me finish if you don't mind.
is the destination.
So, to me that, the idea that you walk through this space, and as you're walking, it is somewhat linear, it is history, there is some linear aspect to it. And there are events that are, and turns that you take in that motion that you're going through, and you experience very different environments. And to your point about how different people can relate to this. I mean, when you get to an open space, when you have light versus if you're in a darker space, you feel it. You don't need necessarily to see it, but you will feel it. You will feel the air. You will smell. You're by the sea. There is a very strong smell when you're by the sea, and that cadence when you get to the moment where the explosion happened. The light, how the sun is going to hit you, it's visceral. You're going to feel it on your skin. And then, again, the idea of going back to the reflection of the city and how even if, history is linear, it is about, this idea of something that there is no end to it. So we're going back to the city as it exists or as is existed at some point in history, and it is just this continuous trajectory. So I think it's very powerful what you did, and I really like the fact that your narrative is very, very strong. I mean, it's really very beautiful, very well written. But again, you can just look at the images and see how the experience can work even without listening to the narrative. Not to take anything away from it. It's really strong and very good, but the project needs to work both ways.
So this is this is the destination, this is where you end?
This is the final portion of the memorial. I'm not really trying to color ends per se, just for the ones.
But it is, I mean, if you were to take that walk.
Walking, you will reach into the ocean, so I don't want to.
Well, see that, I mean, I think there's an interesting question about, I mean, I actually found Professor Elamani's description of why it has to be one continuous path. Very persuasive, you know, because it captures time, right? It means that you're in that moment of reflection over time in a series of episodes. Strengthens, I think, my suggestion for, you know, a little bit, maybe I don't want pamphlets, you know, to explain, you know, why I'm on this angle of this path, but I think certain, you know, the imprinting of images or something when you have those walls surrounding you, something which would also maybe help with we lost out some of the tactile quality, you know. I mean, you see people rubbing their hand against the myelin, yeah. But I think, you know, when you do have a beginning and you have an end, then there's the question, then how do you really turn around and go back the same way you came? Is there some nice way that you bring people back? Because it's, you know, also a ferry launch. You can hop on a boat and get taken back. I'm not sure. You know, I'm not sure. But I think it does beg that question of that point of that kind of ultimate point of arrival, and then how do you not retrace your steps, maybe.
But the last moment, it is these mirrors that are reflecting, but there is a gap, and you see the horizon, and you see the ocean. So it is open-ended at the same time as you're looking back at the city, which, you know, it is the future and the past kind of colliding together. The question of, you know, do you want to be didactical about it? I'm not, again, you know, if you think of the World Trade Center, I mean, there are the space where you have the water, where the two towers were, and you just go there and you reflect. And you go to the museum and then you learn about the events. And I'm not sure that colliding the memorial with the didactical aspect of it is, I think it's more interesting for the memorial to be something where you can reflect on the event itself. But it is also a moment of self-reflection. You can reflect on so many things. And to me, there should be another place where you go and learn about the event and what happened and all the data and information. I don't think it should be along the way that, you know, you're having this emotional, personal experience, and you should not collide that with you know, being didactical at the same time.
Well, there have been many, you know, there's a long discourse on memorials and how they should function and what they should do and all of that. And, you know, I mean, I don't really fall on one side or the other. I don't think it's a pertinent analogy to talk about the Twin Towers, because everybody in the world literally knows exactly what happened and what was in those holes. So it's not about the complex layers of history that you're alluding to, the demarcation line of this, that it's not a single event. You know, a single event memorial around the explosion site is arguably, you know, would arguably similar, but, you know, not on the same, I think, scale of awareness. If maybe that's too American a point of view, but you know, but I think it would be similar in that sense. You know, it's a single event, it's a moment in time.
Which I've seen examples, which is always interesting to compare to my own project.
Yeah, that must have been. But I think your memorial is far more interesting, and part of the reason is you're taking on a lot more of the history of events and the kind of complexity of those events that the city has been through. And I mean, so I don't know. I think it's different. I'm really torn, and I think it should be subtle. I'm certainly not all about this plaque, you know, with a kind of description text that would be misunderstood. But I guess I was just responding to the beauty of the images that you were showing that I don't naturally associate with Beirut. And so memorializing those, the city's past is more what I was talking about, not a kind of a, just to be clear, not a written description of what happened. And, you know, I'm talking about more of a memorialization of the city's history that we can no longer see by visiting the city, you know. So anyway, and I was really inspired by the way they presented it at the beginning.
I have one question about the experiential in that what is that saying? I have to say that I was seeing the presentation and whenever we have arrived here, I have thinking about how I will turn around, no? How will be the best way of turning around? I don't know if you have gave a thought, it would be like a boat that bring you back, or if maybe the same walls respond differently whenever you walk in a direction or whenever you walk in the other, or if you have considered that is a line that arrives to a point and then you walk in the nature to arrive to the starting point. No, there are many ways, but I think it would be nice to consider like what happens next. No, it's not that you arrive here and it's like, you know, without the same emotion. No, I think you have the capacity to propose a turnaround as exciting as the way to this point.
Yeah, so much earlier on, which does influence parts of the memorial you see now, is the idea of like the memorial. You cannot see the entirety of the memorial as you enter through and walk through it. Once you reach and you are able to turn back in a way, and you see parts of the imagery from the ground, which starts to allude back to this idea I had much earlier on of how to turn back if you need to get back to the city. But it just didn't reach beyond that. So that would be like the natural next part of the memorial, is that consideration after reaching the final reflection.
We need to move on then. All right.
Thanks for staying for the 3 to 4 hours. My name is Elliot, and the thesis I'll be presenting is called Collapsing Narratives, Vision for the 21st Century Plaza. So I started by looking at some of the historical developments in the plaza, its timeline, and to try to define really a definition of space. What can it be reduced to, or what can it be simplified to? Now, just for preface, it's looking at Western Plaza specifically, and some of the trends that were found essentially led to a definition of urban plaza as a result of material and social productive space influenced by contextual conditions. Now, what I mean by that is material production is relating to the production of material goods and resources, while social production is relating to production of knowledge, culture, and social interaction. A good example of something that relates to both is the typical idea of the market, where you exchange goods, you create different kind of scales of the economy, but at the same time, it's a moment to exchange, to oftentimes talk to your neighbors or vendors. In that space, it's a space that is sort of productive materially and socially. And the contextual conditions define the kind of the current typology of the plaza, while for example, the Great Agora was defined in a lot of ways by the new definitions of politics, while the modern kind of plaza maybe references more imperialistic ideas, icons, things like that. But each step of the way, they influence one another to still have a combination of material and social production. So So this leads to a question of what are the contemporary conditions that define the plaza? If the 20th century plaza kind of talked about expansion, talked about imperial power, talked about icon, what are some of those conditions for the 21st century plaza? We can go into a whole list, right, and talk about a whole bunch of all the societal conditions that might influence the space, but for the sake of this specific exploration, I focus on the variability of scale, time, the access to information, and the production of energy. So now looking a little more closely at what we can categorize the plaza as, I focus on Paris as a kind of model of the city to study the plazas, because it is a city that is highly organized by a plaza kind of configuration, leading from one to the other as points of reference and intermodality. So Place de la Nation is a good example of the Metropolitan Plaza in Paris. It's a large scale, kind of multimodal space. And it can be categorized as several different types. The first is circulation, which refers to the transition from one point of the city to the other. Second is the Monument Plaza, which references the icon and the image of the city. Third is an event space, event plaza, where the actual physical space of the plaza is spilled into from the surrounding spaces, or it can be reserved for specific events. And finally, the underground plaza, which I will explain a little bit later as kind of a unique condition, especially to Paris's configuration. Then I looked at a more local plaza space, in this case, Sanidad. Although it has a lot of the similar kind of functions in terms of organization, it has a couple more specific kind of definitions. For centrality, it's a point where you transition from the scale of the neighborhood to the scale of the district. So it serves as a sort of entryway into the local scale of the city. The second is void, where oftentimes the plaza is physically defined by the void in the built fabric, and intentionally leaving out a space, a plot, or a kind of a circle will define how the plaza is organized. And third is production. In this case, like the event plaza, programs spill over into the plaza, but in this particular aspect, because of the local aspect, the local nature of this type of plaza, the production remains a kind of a more localized materialization, where in this case we can see both examples of the social production and the material production. So for pretty much a quick summary of what the 20th century plaza refers to, it demonstrates power, grandeur, and expansion. Its expression was iconic, but passive to allow the spill of other programs into it and allow events to take place in it. The 21st century plaza must address the age of information and the new definitions of interaction following global conditions, as well as individual comfort. The plaza should resolve the space that exposes its simultaneous activities, scales, and narratives. And this brings me to the thesis statement, which states that the contemporary urban plaza represents the opportunity to develop a new model of urban production. It responds to socioeconomic trends to reconcile material and social production in an age of global information. Let me try that again. An age of global information networks should be reflected by creating a dialogue between the cultures and lifestyles of the place. exposing and simultaneously integrating the activities of the plaza will promote its role as a catalyst for urban generation. So here, after this initial study of the individual plaza, its kind of definition, its role, and defining what perhaps a 21st century plaza should address, I started mapping them out in Paris to show the kind of the diversity of the typologies, but also the complete interconnected network that they show. But then I applied the sort of ideas of scale that the 21st century brings, where something from the object of a phone can extend to the globality of interactions, where you scroll on Twitter and you get notifications from somewhere in Asia or stuff like that. Well, in this case, the idea of scale is kind of reconstructed in a different way, and the network of plazas can kind of act similarly. And finally, as a kind of a condition for the 21st century, the idea of local energy production can strengthen the impact of a material production that transitions into social production. Creating a more rigid network of local energy production essentially acts as a catalyst for responsibility and for integration into a new kind of climate ideology. Then looking back at the underground, this was a condition that in Paris reveals a kind of an interesting typology, because although the plazas on the surface all kind of connect to one another, the underground conditions do that similarly, but at a different scale. If you travel from the eastmost point in Paris to the westmost point in Paris through the underground, you travel it in 15 minutes, while above ground, it's about an hour. But additionally, these underground kind of spaces were programmed individually to kind of be isolated from the surface. These conditions are kind of examples throughout Paris where, for example, the shopping mall with an entire kind of underground network, you get lost in the directions and the scales and in the types of interactions you have there. So one of the strategies I looked at for maybe how to kind of redefine what the new plaza could be like was a strategy of breaking the ground plane, seeing how we could merge that surface level to the underground and expose both kind of programs to each other. That tension can be released and broken into parts that don't exactly define themselves as a surface condition nor a completely underground condition. It's not completely linear anymore, and the choice of direction is up to the user and the activities that happen there. So in summary, collapsing the activities and programs can essentially break through that hold on different aspects of the plaza above and underground. The infrastructures can break the surface, while the social kind of life above it can sink underground as well. This is just kind of the study area I chose early on to start defining a proposal for this new plaza. It's in the east of Paris. Chalon is kind of historically working class and a very local place. I mapped all of the plaza's activities because I wanted to understand exactly how, exactly what role it played in the kind of the neighborhood. And to me, that meant that it had to be activated at different times of day and understand the synthesis of all of these kind of parts. So the activities in the morning, the afternoon, the evening, on weekends, and during events. That gives a more complete understanding of how it reacts to the surrounding context and what really defines its use. Then formalizing that in 3 dimensions starts to isolate different moments, different parts of the neighborhood, but also connects them on different timelines, which when aggregated gives the kind of the evidence that the plaza is the synthesis of multiple timelines, activities, programs, and events all layered on top of each other. That brought me to, throughout the semester, a couple of design kind of tests and iterations for this new plaza type, but I was never really satisfied with the result. And that brought me to kind of question the methodology I was going about. How should I really design this? And I found a quote from Georges Perec from An Attempt to Exhaust a Place in Paris, a really fun read I would recommend. But the quote is, there are many things that censor peace. For instance, a district council building, police station, 3 cafes, one of which sells tobacco and stamps, a movie theater, a church, a publisher, a bus stop, a newsstand, a fountain decorated with the statues of 4 great orators, and many other things, which have all been described. My intention was to describe the rest instead, that which no importance, that is not noticed or taken note of. And following this idea, I started to redefine the methodology of how I was designing the plaza. Instead of looking at the broad topics that we are used to in the design language and architecture, like public space, streetscape, or recreational space infrastructure, I broke it down into objects and activities, as those were the things that formed the character and the occupation of the plaza. Varying in scale from a geothermal kind of plant to a bench to an ashtray. All of these things would combine to create that 21st century plaza, all exposed together. And that brought to a composition, a couple of compositions. Here, the first is the plaza is essentially a merging of narratives, perspectives, scales, and timelines. It's the synthesis of activities. Sometimes overwhelming, the contemporary plaza acts as a sort of data hub for information, perspectives, and lifestyles. Relating to production, the plaza can simultaneously hold the spaces for material and social activities. For example, a geothermal hub can be producing energy for the city, all the while heating up a public bath that is set in the space. Wind turbine, vertical wind turbine can have an offshoot for a charging station for people to charge their phones if they're just passing by the plaza. In this case, there's no clear ground plan. The overlapping nature of scales, activities, and timelines means that whenever an activity happens, it activates the space instead of a continuous linear method. The individual pieces of urban life are all rendered equally to show that they have the same value to the overall experience of the site. For example, following a football match on a jumbotron during a big tournament can be rendered the same as a vending machine, where somebody can just stop by and grab a drink. All of these pieces fit together to form the entire narrative of the space. So in conclusion, what this sequence of studies, compositions, and tests have kind of resulted in is that the 21st century plaza celebrates its complexities instead of isolating individual moments. It'll expose them, creating new dialogues, defining spaces through narratives with multiple scales and timelines. So the plaza will simultaneously express its components to reflect the city and to force greater urban generation for the next century. And that's
You know, we used to talk about and be worried about projects that have no thesis, and I'm a little worried here about the thesis that has no. What is the project? Where is the project? What is the best slide to put us on?
I will leave it on this slide, and actually I'll go back to here. The reason I've added this kind of process is to say that the project shifted from a design to a methodology. Instead of looking at an actual physical space, I found it more constructive to build on the methodology of what the plaza is actually exposing. How exposing all of these different pieces, these different narratives, these different scales together will start building the space. And in the kind of the final parts of the semester, that is what I developed, not necessarily referring to a real space, but rather to the methodology of building up this new form of the plaza.
It's all very intriguing, but I guess I'm looking for maybe then a much more explicit sort of kit of parts. So the methodology usually includes a kit of strategies, a kit of parts, kit of programmatic pieces or operations, right? That I think you kind of alluded to, but it is, I think you are very comfortable with this collapsing narrative, taking that there seems to be a mood you're trying to project more than a specific kind of approach. And so it becomes a little difficult and slippery to get because we don't really know what it is, you know. I mean, here's what I will say. I think you have some very compelling images. I much actually find your images more persuasive and compelling than all those words, because frankly, I kind of lost track of where you were going, and even I wanted to just stop you on some of the slides that I didn't even understand, you know, like you were telling us the percentage of carbon footprint or not, and I was like, what do you mean negative? What does that mean? Anyway, and I realized it doesn't matter. There's just sort of a wash of stuff that you're telling us about relative to the urban territory of Paris. You clearly love it, you know. I guess what I'm just wondering, how much of this is your observations of Paris as it is? In other words, if I experience, as you probably have, many of these public spaces, how many of them meet your criteria? How many of them don't? And what is needed, you know, what would be needed to rehabilitate them in your vision? You know, maybe if you talked about that for a minute.
Yeah. Something I kind of made me deal with myself very early on is that I was going to try not to use the language of something that is needed, something that is lacking in the current form, because in reality, the plaza is the plaza, and it's, you know, it's a constructed space. We can look at a specific one and design it to be in that particular moment a little more inclusive, but in Paris, it's iconic because it is a great space to begin with. So the exploration was more to see how it can transition into this next century, into the new forms of interaction and scales we have, without kind of deciding what's necessarily good or bad with the spaces, looking at the methods by which we can start rebuilding them or start transitioning them.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that reticence to how it's good or bad, but I think it is fair to say what it is you're proposing bringing to the table and what would be different after it had received your particular administrations. I mean, it seems like generating power is something that they don't typically do, but that you're proposing they would do, right? That is something specific. Are there other kind of things that you can point to like that?
Yeah, so that's the kind of the difficulty of this transition was when I transitioned to the methodology, a lot of the earlier parts that were more tailored towards a specific design stayed in because in some ways I found them important as kind of conditions.
So that's a common feature.
It's a common feature, but you could extend it to just generally better infrastructure systems. Generally a kind of semi-decentralized, as we're seeing more and more in kind of the urban design field works better. So in this case, it could be similar based on kind of waste materials, water distribution, things like that. But additionally, I think something that I found interesting in this thesis was kind of breaking up the term public space, because what makes a lot of those spaces really attractive is like sitting at a cafe table, which is inherently private, but you're on a public space. And that kind of difference allowed me to make assumptions about how these public spaces, these public plazas could be used in maybe a much more expansive way. So in that case, that can be specific to the context if you were to design that place, without really being too strict on the term public.
So what would you do about that, or what would that look like?
Well, I think it would depend on what it needed, in that case, or what the area around it would want. In one of the first cases, I designed a kind of balance as kind of that staple, maybe a little bit iconic program in the space that was again where everything became kind of stale because there was one defined program and then the rest of it found this public space where in reality it's all the composition of little moments, little interactions, little programs that all work together. Yeah.
I mean, let me just say one last thing and then I'll let someone else tackle this. I mean, I think I appreciate your reticence in kind of overly programming and having it be, a bath would be a permanent fixture, right? I mean, because one of the things that I've always appreciated about, particularly the public spaces in Paris, is their versatility and how it's kind of amazing to me. I mean, if you have ever been in one of these plazas or squares or whatever you want to call them, during a transition of the space, it's fairly it happens on a regular basis. I remember being on a phone call at a cafe, in the public space, on a private table, on a private chair, right? And watching the whole transition of the space, it took no more than 30 to 45 minutes. It was unbelievable. There had been a market, kind of several times a week market installed. I don't remember, maybe flower market. I don't remember what it was. And that had been very active and all that was going on. And while I'm sitting there, the market, it's time for it to stop and it shuts down. And these guys in these, kind of little blue uniforms, they were all guys, I think, come sweeping in and, they shut down all the kind of tables and all of the stands and they clean up all the detritus of the flower stems from the ground and they go and it's like, boom, whole new scene, whole new kind of, sensibility and mood of the place, whole new kind of forms of occupation if possible. And that's kind of typical. And so in that sense, the more versatile it is, and therefore the less program specific it is, it's one of the really strong attributes. But at the same time, it makes it hard to know as a designer, like what do you do? What can you do to add to this? And with that, I'll just leave it to others.
Yeah, thank you. Exciting proposition, and I always love to see something bold and provocative, and to set the bar of your aspirations really high to not just rearrange, but wholesale rethink the entire premise definition of a plaza in the most expansive way. And as I understand it, these final set of images and the images that you're hanging us on, the image you're hanging us on, it's also a really, it's a lovely drawing. I mean, it's really, exquisitely crafted, and it's fun to look at. And my understanding of it is it represents a kind of methodology for thinking about the plaza abstractly, which is, our work which I think is a very legitimate subject for our thesis, because our work as architects is defined by our ability to work in abstraction, like a massing model. I'm reminded every year whenever I try and tell the first year students what a massing model is, and I realize it's actually really hard to explain. Well, it's not really the building, but it's also like, well, it's not that, it's hard. Like we take it for granted that we learn massing model, and we learn a variety of devices, instruments for abstraction. And so this reminds me of a bunch of things, a situationalist, something like that. The poke I would make at it is that the idea of an instrument of abstraction, like a massing model, is in service of abstraction. And abstraction means eliminating the other variables, right? And so you can focus and heighten a particular set of variables. It doesn't, which you've probably haven't heard this before, but it's not vagueness, right? Vagueness is just a kind of muddle where you can't figure out what's going on. Abstraction is a heightening of a specific set of features through the reduction of breadth. And in this sense, the kind of question here is to what is being heightened and what is being abstracted, or is this, or to what extent is this vagueness? And the medium of section and perspective, it is a tricky one to abstract, because those are instruments that we use in highly codified ways, and it's totally fair game to break them. And a collage, for example, does not need to follow rules of perspective. We understand it. But again, that still has a kind of spatial, programmatic, whether again massing model, collage, situationalist, spatial, programmatic, or kind of some other instrumental, subject for its abstraction. And here it's very hard to piece together. It's like breaking the rules and conventions, which I'm all for, experimentation. But is it, kind of to what end? Is the question I would wrestle with.
Let me try to help a little bit set up the framework for the conversation here, because it seems like a few things are getting lost in translation.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about choosing throughout the semester event spaces, and maybe a point of reference will be something like the Manhattan transcripts as a project, as a thesis that led to projects like Parc de la Villette, but again, if you go back, it's all in the transcripts.
Yeah.
And then it translated to architecture. So to answer to Wendy's question, where's the project? I don't think that you can pinpoint specifically, what is a project. I don't think there is a project in that sense. The project is that set of ideas that are questioned in a way. What is a public space? What is a plaza? And how, through a series of kind of an analysis, and then a series of representations that are not deterministic in a certain way, but are suggestive of what those ideas, or how the set of ideas that you're tackling, or it's more questions than real answers that could be implemented later on in a more specific project. here you have a model, maybe you can talk a little bit about the model and the relationship between your drawings oriented.
Better be able to see. It's a similar kind of collage application, and to answer your question about vagueness, it is, I would describe it as vagueness because, like Wendy was saying, you know, how do you design a space that is vague because it's adaptable or because it changes purpose because it doesn't really have a clear set of programs and definitions. That is what this is doing in Walkway by creating a kind of a hyperactive kind of blend of all the actual activities that take place there and visualizing that, maybe exposing that a little better, and having the ability to access all of these cards. That's kind of started to be the ideas of that 21st century plaza. And the model takes that kind of similar approach by decomposing it, and at the same time still being a collage of the spaces altogether.
But I'm certainly, it's exciting to see, and I love the experimentation, and certainly I'm a strong advocate for the, like Omar said, the methodologies that are not deterministic, and it's especially an abrupt transition following a set of projects that are much more, let's say, kind of resolving into a really a packaged set of solutions. And here we almost have the opposite. So it is hard to access. I would advocate here then, though, for I'm wary of vagueness, but I'll let that go. To step back and kind of reassess, some of the initial presumptions of how this becomes an instrument, the model, the drawings, to step back and kind of reassess, and I think that follows the idea that this is deterministic, and there's lots of the, Shumi, or I love the example of Zaha, paintings of all things led to parametricism, that trajectory would never have been predicted. That does occur before the computer, and the computers were built it in. So that, again, I see that as kind of a parallel here with technology and so forth. But yeah, I think this kind of, it has so much specificity, like almost a kind of quasi-theorist kind of specificity that it's harder to have a little imagination about the space. There's so much information that it's a bit of an overload, and so maybe that's where I see, for at least as I understand it, the opportunity to step back and let some of the things go, some of the things, and then let go of some of the preconditions or assumptions, and even questioning to some degree to what degree is this, for example, and I don't know if this is the right one, but about the plaza itself, or about the kind of urban condition in general that's not specific to a plaza, but just like, when we have phones and Twitter and whatever else, kind of reshaping of spaces and experiences. All of these might have these alternative lenses. You might find traction where you never kind of expected, and that again follows from avoiding embracing rather not a determinist process. But again, it's really exciting. It's fun.
I have to say that I really appreciate the presentation being really honest. Like honest in the way of, this is my work process and here's what I have right. I think you have been honest saying like, this is not a final product, this is not a final design, but it's a process. And I agree with some things and many things that they have been said. I don't think you have still arrived to your methodology. Like if I would have to do a project in Paris right now or in many European cities, I would for sure want to talk about you because you have been gleaning history, analyzing, seeing objects, not jumping into scale, jumping into time to see this. But I think I agree with Adam that maybe you will enjoy to putting all this information now in a paper or in a wall, and saying like what I'm missing in each of the steps that I have done and how I want to put this in order to make it a methodology of thinking and design. No? So that's something like in some of the moments, like for example, whenever you were doing the starting point of analyzing productivity and circulation and monuments, I would like, if this is going to be the way of analyzing, I'm surprised that you are using the same scale all the time and you are not seeing those plazas in the context of the city, no? Or whenever you have jumped to a different methodology of looking the objects and the activities and the time, I was surprised that you were not overlapping with the physical qualities of the plaza, the proportion. No? I was thinking of beautiful plazas like the Plaza del Mercado in Lisboa, that is empty, but the proportion that it has with the surroundings, with the touch of with the sea, it already makes that all those overlaps of programs are possible, no? Because of the physical qualities that is at the end linked to the design. So I think it would be, I wouldn't leave this research project behind. And if it excites you, I will keep going. But I think right now it's like a little bit mixed with different way of approaching. And I agree even with the way of representing the final experimentation. I don't know if the section is the same. I know that it's really hard, no? Because you want to be conceptual and at the same time you want to overlap situations and programs because of that last approach of objects and activities. But I don't know if that section, it would be the best approach if you are going to still call it plaza. No, I agree with maybe making that research definition of, am I going to do a research of the public spaces and I'm going to analyze Tokyo subway. No? Tokyo subway is really analyzed for the cities in many cities that they have, no? That kind of sectional relations, where you're going to talk about the plaza and the power of that surface that change over time, and all different activities. I think there are two different topics that maybe it would help to expertise or specify which one you want to be able to move forward.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this is not the right defined solution clearly, and I think that that's been probably the biggest struggle, or challenge, where is this going to end, or, where am I going to lead this to? And I think the commentary in regards to considering the existing plaza in regards to context, proportions, right, and what those factors enable for the use of the plaza is a really important one. And arguably, you looked at that initially, but you kind of have you moved away from that, right, and you really got deep into depictions, illustrations of programmatic activity. I think there's two anchors that you were interested in from the get-go, right, and one is the sectional quality of the city, right, which is super interesting, right, and the opportunities that arise from that as part of an existing condition. And then the second one is this, like the micro-scale energy production aspect, right, and that's where it takes us really also into this idea of the 21st century, because arguably, right, in some of these illustrations, the future doesn't necessarily come to mind, right? Some of this is very, right, it's kind of retro, it has a retro style to it, So, but this idea of linking, energy production with programming, right, and creating, a productive scenario and a legitimacy, a new legitimacy for the plaza through that. I think that has been at the core of the investigation from the get-go. And maybe those two things, right, in combination, right, and bringing that more into focus again is something that might be useful to move this forward, right? Because right now it feels a little bit like you're stuck, you get really into these, into these illustrations, right? And so the question for me is, and for you should be, what's the takeaway here, and what do you continue working with as you continue to explore this super fascinating topic? Everything leading up to this point, I think we've established that always, right? It has been, convincing, and it's a worthwhile analysis. And you presented one, I don't even want to say it's a scenario, you presented a series of layers, right? Or components. So the question is, like, what's the takeaway and how can this be become more specific?
I would like, I don't know if it was a question from Cordero, but from me, I would like to know from you in which kind of I can see 3 different research really focused. Which part of this process that you have shown is been the one that you would say, I would like to continue, or the one that you say like, this was a try, but I wasn't like, it's not my path.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to a postgrad program after this in urbanism, and something that I've been developing for the past like year and a half here is kind of the integration of infrastructure that's like local land production, kind of decentralized waste management with civic functions in the sphere of public space, making them accessible. That kind of language is something that I'm very interested in continuing in my career, but in this instance with the thesis, I wanted to still have that language, but also try to learn something new, something different, with different kind of methodologies, see how I could develop my own kind of language and understanding it. So, but to answer your question, that would be probably the biggest part that I would continue to work on.
I think this is great that you're using your time and to do a thesis to experiment with ideas, to test ideas, and bring them to a level of resolution that you will take on. You already know where this is going in a certain way, not necessarily specifically, but how you can already you're establishing some elements that you will continue to interrogate, to question, to find ways of thinking about public spaces, energy production, and all these things interwoven together. So that's good.
I have to say that I'm happy that you had the space of experiment and open and read and see different ways of approaching the public space. Not only to be able to see what you want to do and building out another degree on that, and I think it's super exciting. But also I think trying the things that you don't like is the most beneficial part, not like, oh, I've tried this kind of morphology of the traditional glass eye, and it leaves behind many things that no. So I think that is great that you have the space.
Great, thank you, Elliot.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Any final comments?
Yeah, final comments. I will simply conclude with I think the appropriate quote by Euripides, which defines the thesis of the work, arguably, which is question everything, learn something, answer nothing. I think most of the projects today, they did have that quality, meaning, don't settle on an answer, don't no easy answers, and there aren't easy answers in what we do, right? Because they touch on everything we do, pretty much, specifically projects of the scale and magnitude and ambition that we saw today, which is appropriate to a thesis, right? They're almost, you're broaching on unanswerable problems and unanswerable questions, certainly within our discipline alone. But that doesn't mean that they're not worth investigating. In fact, if we're going to do anything with this messed up world, we have to. And I think architects too often boldly go, we're not, yeah, we should. I didn't mean to say we shouldn't, because there've been drastic and, kind of terrible failures. Doesn't mean we shouldn't be bold, but we should be aware when we're being bold and when we're really pressing beyond the ability to come up with easy solutions, easy answers. So I had a really fun day. Thank you for inviting me. I don't want to say I'm glad anybody got sick, but I was happy to step into the breach and see what you all are working on. Thinking about it, they're faking. I'm glad they're faking. Anyway, I really enjoyed it. Thank you for including me. Thank you.
Yeah, likewise. So exciting to see also just this, just to put it in context a little, just for so much work over 5 years, 4 years maybe for some, but a lot of work, and it's amazing how much we don't talk about. And I mostly just think congratulations. I mean, it's nice. It's so wonderful that you get the opportunity to do this capstone project. The one other thing I would add too is that in my experience, the challenges, even there's the project, but then there's the challenges of just doing the project of like setting your own goals, defining your own boundaries, and wrestling with even your own schedule when you're not just given a set of deliverables every other day. And that's really hard. And there's no classes really that teach that, but I feel like Thesis is the one place where that really sets you up for practice in which you don't have, no one's giving you assignments. Even if you're in an office, you're often having to assess what
needs to be done.
What needs to be done, and how to allocate your time. So all of that to happen, especially while you're still an undergraduate, you're all really fortunate to have this opportunity. I'm so glad it is not only provided, but just comes together such an amazing set of ideas to work with. Like he said. So congratulations, and
And to your critics.
Yes.
And I know they're a critical part, as you know, in the whole process of, kind of pushing you, but catching you on both, and that was very evident today. Right?
They give you freedom to stumble.
I mean, the variety is
Fine line.
I'm happy to be in the observer role.
Indeed.
I have to say thank you again for having me. The projects today were really different. I was here yesterday at school, so I have a good range of projects that I have seen, and it's been great seeing all the approaches. And again today, everybody excited with the topic and how you have dig in that and really got excited. So I was telling Elliot that to any of you, like if you have found like things that you have fell in love as we talked yesterday, like continue with that, and great job, I'm sure, like for you too, because the projects are amazing. All the graphics are amazing on all the projects, and the way the presentations are put together, it shows the amount of work that is behind and the amount of effort of going through all the research, development, presentation. So I think it's amazing, and I enjoyed it a lot. So thank you.
So the presentations were amazing.
Really, really
It's
well
hard.
done.
We were saying yesterday, it's, look at what you've learned in those 5 years, like the whole package, like you should be really proud of yourselves in terms of what you've accomplished on that level. I mean, intellectually, but, technically, there's so many things. And that's why, like we always say, architecture is such a great, it's such a great thing to study, because it's not, just like, a singular thing, right? It really encompasses a lot of, and touches on a lot of different topics and areas. And I think that was really demonstrated in these projects. And I think that's what you can take away from this. There's a lot of things you can do with this now, which is fantastic. What do you guys think?
We're not that old. I forgot.
I will say though, I was telling Elliot earlier, I think to all the points that have been made, like the diversity of projects, the depth of information and exploration is a testament to the school. I mean, it really is. I think from the core studios to the reshoot studios, we have been set up to think about everything. And I think as Margarita mentioned yesterday, thinking through scales, through time, through different means of built environment. It's a great opportunity.
I feel that way on your way out the door, doesn't it? We all come back now. Don't be strangers.
I think, this is kind of going Lauren's question. I'm always wondering, questioning like the role of the architect and the role of our education system about it, and I think that the thesis process like shows like a really, I think the development of all these different projects show make a little more clear the role of the architect in that way, especially like when I was watching Lauren's presentation, I was like, I could never like think about the emotions of space in that way. It's not my wheelhouse, but like the ability of, like their ability to do that in the spatial way, contrasted with like Nick and Johnny's ability to think of this very technical thing through. I think that's a kind of testament to the specific ability that we do have.
It's a good life being an architect.
I really have a lot of gratitude personally. I feel like I've been with this cohort of my peers for 5 years now, and it's really special to me to see all of our progressions and how much we've learned. And really see our passions showing.
Thanks, yeah.
So.
Yes, this is the beginning of an amazing